Chapter 1406. Banished Immortal said casually, 2 third-level Spirit Emperors and 4 second-level Spirit Emperors should be enough. Okay, Lord Banished Immortal, go get them. Yes, Lord. Mahogany pouted, unwilling to walk at the front. Banished Immortal smiled at Yuan Mu. Thank you, Lord. After the exiled Immortal took 2 steps, Yuan Mu suddenly said something unimportant. Lord Banished Immortal, help me pass a message to my second brother. Since he's working so hard, he needs to take care of his body. After all, our Yuan family still depends on him. I'll definitely pass it on. Banished Immortal froze for a moment, then agreed with a smile. In a secret room in the palace of Chenyuan New City, Yi Hao looked at the 1,000-mountain snow lotus in his hand and some precious herbs in his interspatial ring. His face that hadn't smiled for a long time finally revealed a smile. I've never refined a Spirit Emperor level pill before. Let's refine one to test it out. Yi Hao always did things as soon as he thought of them. Yi Hao opened the cauldron and added herbs according to the recipe given by the system. Soon, the cauldron was filled with extremely dense spirit energy. This isn't enough. The 1,000-year snow spirit herb is up to you. Yi Hao originally planned to use the 10,000-year snow spirit herb to refine the pill, but now he realized that it was a waste. The 1,000-year snow spirit herb was more than enough. Yi Hao then took out a 1,000-year snow spirit herb and threw it into the cauldron. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Using his spirit energy, he slowly began to refine the Spirit Emperor level pill. Bang! The cauldron suddenly exploded. The herbs and the 1,000-year snow spirit herb all turned to ashes. Although Yi Hao's face was covered in dust, his eyes were still bright and full of spirit. He wasn't affected by the failure at all. It actually failed. Let's try again. Yi Hao refined the pill again and found his previous mistake. Thus, when the pill was about to come out of the cauldron, nothing unexpected happened. Finally, when Yi Hao was about to open the cauldron, something unexpected happened again. Yi Hao looked at the pitch-black cauldron, but he wasn't discouraged. He grabbed the pill and once again immersed himself in it. This time, the alchemy cauldron did not produce any strange noises. However, Yi Hao looked at the imperfect quality pill in his hand and was not particularly satisfied. He casually tossed the pill in his hand to the side and once again focused on refining pills. If this scene was seen by other alchemists in the outside world, it would inevitably cause a strong reaction. Not to mention the quality of the pills that Yi Hao refined this time, just the amount of time that he used was enough to make people speechless. Because it was too short, he only tested it 3 times. An extremely small number of talented and intelligent alchemists would only succeed once in 10 times when refining a pill that they had never come in contact with before. Many alchemists would not even succeed once. Being an alchemist wasn't something that could be achieved just by relying on one's talent. One also needed to work hard to support one's talent. Yi Hao's talent was obviously greater than his hard work. At the same time, people couldn't help but be shocked by his talent in alchemy. Boom! In the alchemy cauldron, flames soared into the sky and spiritual energy overflowed. This was a sign of perfect quality. Yi Hao opened the alchemy cauldron and the pill that was filled with rich spiritual energy slowly lay in the palm of his hand. Yi Hao looked at the pill in his hand and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, Yi Hao waved his hand lightly and directly picked up 10 sets of medicinal herbs and threw them into the alchemy cauldron to begin refining. With Yi Hao's current strength as a level 2 Spirit Emperor, even if he refined 100 sets of pills at the same time, he would still be able to do it. The reason why he started refining from 10 sets was naturally to slowly adapt. Out of 10 sets, 2 were perfect and 3 were scrapped. Another 10 sets of medicinal herbs flew into the alchemy cauldron. Not long after, all the pills were successfully refined. 5 were perfect. Then, another 10 sets of medicinal herbs flew in and 10 perfect quality Spirit Emperor realm pills were produced. The success rate was 100%. Only then did Yi Hao let go of his hands and feet to refine the pills. At this time, the familiar voice of the system sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Spirit Emperor Realm Perfect Pill task. The host is rewarded with 1 explosive fire heavenly splitting pill. Explosive fire heavenly splitting pill? Just as Yi Hao was feeling suspicious, a fiery red pill appeared in his hand. At the same time, the relevant information about this pill also appeared in his mind. When the explosive fire heavenly splitting pill is applied to a weapon, it can quickly increase the battle strength for a short period of time. After using it, the user will fall into a temporary coma and will not be able to use spiritual power. Please use it with caution. Yi Hao put the pill into his space ring and decided to carry it with him. Maybe it would come in handy one day. Then, Yi Hao continued to refine pills. More and more perfect quality pills appeared in his space ring. Time flew by and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since the Qianyuan Empire declared war on the Great Wu Empire, the Great Wu Empire, as a level 4 empire, fell into a panic. Of course, this panic was only limited to the major families of the Great Wu Empire. The common people at the bottom were very trusting of their own country. After all, in their eyes, the Qianyuan Empire was only a level 3 empire. How could it compete with a level 4 empire? How dare they declare war on the Qianyuan Empire? Because the Emperor of Great Wu had concealed the fiasco in the Battle of the Imperial City and the decapitation of the 4th prince, the people of the Great Wu Empire did not know that the current strength of the Great Wu Empire was actually very weak, and it was very likely that it could not defeat the Qianyuan Empire, which was growing stronger with each passing day. Therefore, a very strange phenomenon was taking place in the Great Wu Empire. The warriors at the bottom joined the army one after another, determined to beat the arrogant child of the Qianyuan Empire into the dust so that he would never be able to rise again. Meanwhile, the clans at the top were looking for a way out, and many of them had even left the imperial city. As the supreme ruler of the Great Wu Empire, the Emperor of Great Wu was somewhat powerless in this chaotic situation. In the imperial palace of the Great Wu Empire, the emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, sat in a pavilion in the imperial garden, looking at the calm lake in a daze. Not far away from the pavilion, there was a smiling young man in purple who was approaching with a pot of wine in his hand. The man stood beside the emperor and said softly, "Father, although Wu Mu, the 2nd prince of the Great Wu Empire, greeted you, he did not move his body. He did not even bow, and his face was still full of smiles. Mu, you're here. Have a seat." The emperor waved his hand casually, not minding Wu Mu's rudeness. "Father, I heard that you haven't been sleeping well recently, so I ordered someone to brew this pot of wine that can calm your nerves for you to enjoy." The emperor turned to look at his second son and asked softly, "Is there anything you don't know in the palace?" Wu Mu did not answer. Instead, he sat down with a smile and said, "Father, the Great Wu Empire has been in chaos recently. Are you going to sit back and do nothing?" Chapter 1407. Care. Do you think you can care now? The emperor laughed self-deprecatingly. How did a 4th-grade empire become like this? Wu Mu narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "The chaos of the country began with the nobles. In the early years, these people used the power of Great Wu's imperial family to abuse their power and did a lot of things. Now that they want to leave Great Wu, they naturally have to leave something behind." The emperor looked at Wu Mu, who had a fierce look in his eyes, and said without surprise, "So, those nobles who died at the city gate these days are all you're doing, aren't they? Imperial father, you're getting old. In the future, I'll help you share your burdens." Wu Mu stood up and put his hands behind his back. He did not answer, but his high-spirited expression clearly explained everything. The emperor did not say anything. He glanced at the wine on the table, threw his head back, and took a big gulp. Then, he staggered out of the pavilion with the wine jar in his hand. After 10 days of seclusion to refine pills, Yi Hao finally came out of seclusion. At the same time, he asked Zhu Dong to inform everyone to gather in the Great Hall, saying that he had something important to announce. Gradually, many people came to the Great Hall. Those who were not qualified to stand in the Great Hall stood directly outside, waiting for Yi Hao's arrival. Suddenly, a figure flashed across the Great Hall. The figure came straight to the dragon throne, sat down calmly, and looked calmly at the people in the Great Hall. When the people saw the figure on the dragon throne, they knelt down and saluted him, and the crowd outside the Great Hall also knelt down. Yi Hao raised his hand and motioned for the people to rise. He looked at the people standing in the great hall. In order of cultivation base, they were Hu Sanyang, Feng Shui, Wang Lang, and Mo Yang, who were third-level spirit emperors, and Zhu Dong, Huyen Zhuo, and Qian Dan Patriarch, who were second-level spirit emperors. Behind them were Yu Ying, who was at the peak of the spirit heaven realm, and Yin Xinshin, who had never paid much attention to cultivation base, but was still at the spirit heaven realm. Yi Hao looked at Yin Xinshin in surprise. In the past, old Yin was the one who attended these meetings, and Yin Xinshin would not follow. It seemed that old Yin's serious injury had changed this girl a lot. Sanyang coughed softly, and only then did Yi Hao gather his thoughts. Yi Hao waved his hand and 100 Spirit Emperor Realm pills appeared in front of him, exuding abundant spirit qi. He said in a clear voice, "Due to the limited medicinal materials, I have only refined 100 Spirit Emperor Realm pills, Yueying." "Yes. Distribute these 100 Spirit Emperor Realm pills. Remember, give them to those who are more powerful and have more potential. By the way, take one yourself." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Yueying held the interspatial ring that Yi Hao had thrown at him, his body trembling slightly. Finally, one day, he, Yueying, would be able to enter the first level of the Spirit Emperor realm. More importantly, there were 100 perfect-grade Spirit Emperor realm elixirs lying in the ring. With these elixirs, the strength of the Qianyuan Empire could reach a higher level. How could he not be happy and excited? Also, tell those cultivators at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm who did not receive any pills that they do not have to worry. This is only temporary. Sooner or later, I, Yi Hao, will definitely let them step into the Spirit Emperor Realm. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yueying knelt down on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "I thank Your Majesty on behalf of all the soldiers." Yi Hao waved his hand, looked at the Emperor and said, "Where are the cultivators of the Empire of Shui? Have they arrived?" The Emperor pulled a long face and knelt down. "Your Majesty, I am sorry to disappoint you. Back then, Your Majesty asked me to gather the cultivators of the Empire of Shui. When I arrived in the imperial city of Shui, all the cultivators had already left. Only a few ordinary people were still there. Without Your Majesty's permission, I moved all the ordinary people of the imperial city of Shui to Qianyuan New City. Please punish me, Your Majesty." "All right, I understand. Stand up." The Emperor looked at Yi Hao in a strange way and said, "You don't blame me." "Why would I blame you? Those cultivators left because they suffered a great loss. Yueying, here are 500 pills that can help cultivators reach the peak of the Sky Spirit Emperor realm. Distribute them as well." "Yes." Yueying caught the pills that Yi Hao threw at him and left. The Emperor still didn't stand up. Yi Hao smiled and said, "I told you that you didn't do anything wrong. Besides, you contributed a lot to the prosperity of Qianyuan New City. How could I blame you?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Emperor's lips moved slightly, and he stood up and moved aside. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the palace. That voice was exactly the same as what the Emperor had just said. Yi Hao smiled and said seriously, "I called you here today because I have something more important to tell you. Sanyang, Feng Shui, Zhu Dong, Huyen Zhuo, you four take 50 cultivators who have broken through to the first layer of the Spirit Emperor realm and wait for me at the southern gate. 1,000 Pill Ancestor, Wang Lang, Mo Yang, and Xin Xin, you stay here and guard the city. Your Majesty, are you going to attack the Great Wu in advance?" The 1,000 Pill Ancestor pondered for a moment and then spoke out his guess. "That's right. The so-called 15 days are just for outsiders to hear. I won't give them such a long time to prepare. So, we will attack Great Wu at midnight tomorrow." Standing in the palace, Yin Xinshin, who had never spoken, moved her lips. She was about to speak when Yi Hao interrupted her. "It's settled. Go back and prepare well. Don't make it public. Xinshin, stay here. The others can leave." "Yes." After that, Sanyang left with the others. "Do you have something to say?" Yin Xinshin looked at Yi Hao and said firmly, "I'm going to attack Great Wu. I want to go too." "No." Yi Hao refused Yin Xinshin's request directly and said firmly, "It's a dangerous trip. You can't go." Just stay at home. But, my father and Uncle Wang Huan are still missing. It's all because of that hateful Great Wu. I want to avenge them myself. No. Yin Xinshin was about to say something, but Yi Hao didn't give her the chance. I'll take care of the revenge. You just stay in New Chenyuan City and wait for me to come back. Yin Xinshin thought for a moment and gave in. Well, then you must come back safely. Of course. Xinshin, come here. I have something to give you. Then, Yi Hao held out his right hand. Yin Xinshin walked over lightly and put her right hand on Yi Hao's palm. Suddenly, Yin Xinshin felt dizzy. She was about to fall to the ground when Yi Hao grabbed her arm and hooked it. Yin Xinshin was lying in Yi Hao's arms. Look at your palm. Yin Xinshin raised her right hand and found a diamond-shaped mark in the middle of her palm. She looked at Yi Hao in confusion, not knowing what it was. Chapter 1408. Yi Hao explained, this is the soul of a first-level spiritual emperor guardian beast, the symbol of the imperial tiger armor. The mark on your hand is the symbol of the contract. This means that from now on, you have a first-level spiritual emperor magical beast. Its defense is super strong. You can summon it when you are in danger and it can save your life at a critical moment. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yin Xinshin replied softly. Her eyes were suddenly wet. Don't cry. Yi Hao gently stroked Yin Xinshin's forehead and said, it's not enough to rely on the imperial tiger armor. Here are 2 pills that can help you break through to the first-level spiritual emperor realm. Promise me that you will take good care of yourself when I'm not here. Okay. Yin Xinshin's voice was very soft. A blush appeared on her cheeks, as if she was a little shy. Yi Hao looked at Yin Xinshin's shy appearance and laughed. You've been lying in my arms for half a day. Isn't it too late to be shy now? Great Wu Empire, Yuan Mansion. The Yuan brothers looked at the coquettish man sitting in the main hall and drinking tea. Their hearts were pounding. Yuan Hu, I've been in your Great Wu Empire for so many days. I asked you to find someone for me. Why didn't you do it? Yuan Hu swallowed and said, Master Banished Immortal, it's not that I didn't do it. It's just that there is no family with the surname Jiao in our Great Wu Empire, nor is there a young man named Jiao Ming. Banished Immortal slammed the teacup on the table and said, or am I deliberately making things difficult for you, Yuan Hu? Plop. Yuan Hu immediately knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head. He hurriedly explained, Master Banished Immortal, that's not what I meant. It's just that I've checked the entire register of the Great Wu Empire. There are hundreds of thousands of people named Jiao Ming, but there is no Jiao Ming in the spiritual emperor realm. I suspect. Banished Immortal looked at Yuan Hu's hesitant look and scolded, what are you suspecting? Just say it. Don't be shy. I hate it the most. Although Yuan Hu was disgusted by Banished Immortal's unique voice, he still said, I suspect that Jiao Ming, is a fake name. After Yuan Hu finished speaking, he put his forehead on the floor and stopped talking. Jiao Ming. Fake name? How dare you? As Banished Immortal muttered to himself, he crushed the teacup he had picked up from the table. The tea inside splashed all over the floor. No matter how angry you are, I can't help but laugh at your unpleasant voice. At this moment, Black Robe walked into the main hall with a saber in hand. Banished Immortal retracted his anger and said coldly, Isn't this Lord Black One? How come you have the leisure to drink tea today? If I hadn't come, I'm afraid you would have forgotten what young Master Shu asked you to do. Hei Yi gently knocked on the ground to signal Yuan Hu to get up. He took the tea from Yuan Long, rinsed his mouth, and spat it into the teacup. I haven't seen you for so long, but your voice is still so unpleasant. Yours isn't much better. Yuan Hu was afraid of Banished Immortal, but Hei Yi wasn't. Although Hei Yi's cultivation wasn't as high as Banished Immortal's, they were different. Hei Yi had been working for young Master Shu ever since he became a death warrior, while Banished Immortal had defected halfway. To be more precise, he had betrayed Yuan Mu and joined young Master Shu's sect. Therefore, even though Banished Immortal's cultivation was high, he didn't dare attack Hei Yi, let alone bully him. Yuan Hu was caught between the two and was in a difficult position, but he still said, Sirs, there's no need to argue. Our plan will begin at midnight tomorrow. When the time comes, I hope you'll cooperate fully. I have no problem with that. Black One said in a hoarse voice while holding his saber. Then, he left. Yuan Hu turned to look at Banished Immortal again. Banished Immortal snorted and also left the main hall. Before he left, he said in a strange tone, "Hey, ye said so. What else can I do?" Yu Wenlong looked at their departing figures and let out a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Yuan, whose expression was uncertain, and he began to regret his decision. Tianyuan Empire, South Gate. Sanyang, Feng Shui, Zhu Dong, Huyen Zhuo, and 51st level spirit emperors waited quietly at the gate. The 50 cultivators were divided into 5 rows of 10, all dressed in black and carrying long sabers in a square formation. They weren't the only ones dressed like this. Sanyang and the other 3 were also dressed like this. Yi Hao suddenly appeared and asked, "What time is it now?" "Your Majesty, it's midnight," Feng Shui replied calmly, stroking the long saber at his waist. "Good." Yi Hao pulled out his saber, pointed it to the south, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Then, they turned into several streams of light and rushed toward the imperial city of Great Wu in the south. Just as Yi Hao and the others were about to leave, a huge magic beast rushed out from the east gate of the Sky Origin Imperial City. After circling around the city, the magic beast flew towards the south. At the same time, in the Imperial City of Great Wu, the second prince, Wu Mu, entered the imperial palace with a jar of wine in his hand. When the guards at the gate saw the second prince, they hurriedly bowed and stopped him. "Greetings, second prince. His Majesty is resting. Does the second prince have any instructions from His Majesty? If not, please go back." The second prince sneered and didn't say anything. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a white feather fan rushed out from behind the second prince. He rushed forward and gave the 2 guards a light slap. Immediately, the 2 guards bled from their 7 orifices and died. "You're just an ant. Don't overestimate yourself." The second prince didn't even look at them and continued to lead the crowd forward. Behind him were cultivators from the Yuan clan and the other 7 major clans in the imperial city. There were more than 200 people in total. The weakest among them was at the spirit heavenly realm, and the strongest was a second-level spirit emperor. This was the reason why Wu Mu dared to break into the imperial palace at night. Of course, it was not the only thing he could rely on. The second prince and his companions killed their way to the emperor's chamber without any hindrance. Looking at the familiar vermilion door, the second prince had a complicated feeling in his heart. As long as he opened this door, he would be the new emperor of the Great Wu Empire, and everyone would have to submit to him. Behind Wu Mu, Yuan Hu glanced cautiously at the cultivators behind him. When he saw nothing unusual, he was relieved and stood quietly behind Wu Mu. The second prince smiled and said, "Wait here. I'll ask my father for instructions." The second prince purposely emphasized the word request for instructions, as if there was a deeper meaning behind his words. Creak. The second prince pushed the door open, put the wine in his hand on the table in the room, and found a random place to sit down. Directly opposite him, the Emperor of Great Wu was leaning against the bed, breathing heavily. "Mu'er, you're here." "Father, I'm here. You must be tired. You should have a good rest." Chapter 1409. "Mu'er, I know you hate me. Shut up." Wu Mu suddenly slapped the table and rose to his feet, flying into a rage. "If it weren't for that lousy sword of yours, my mother wouldn't have died. So, you deserve what you have now. Ha ha ha." The emperor sat up from the bed, his hair disheveled as he stared angrily at Wu Mu. Wu Mu, my good son, you've really made me drink a lot of good wine. You've done a good job." The emperor reached out his right hand and pulled backward. Wu Mu flew uncontrollably toward him, and the emperor grabbed him by the throat and held him up in the air. Although Wu Mu's face was red, his smile did not fade. The emperor tightened his grip, and Wu Mu suddenly felt that he was out of breath, as if he was about to suffocate. The emperor's eyes were red, and he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He quickly let go of his hand and covered his chest with a pained expression. Cough, cough, Cough. Wu Mu, who fell to the ground, coughed violently, but then he burst out laughing. Wu Mu, you deserve it. That's an evil sword, and you're suffering from its backlash now. I bet you don't feel good. Wu Mu laughed as he shakily picked up the wine on the table and said, This wine of mine can indeed calm the nerves, but it can also make the backlash more intense each time, causing it to happen faster. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. The emperor curled up into a ball and rolled on the bed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Bam! Wu Mu threw the wine to the ground and grabbed the emperor's lapel with both hands. His eyes were burning with anger, and his lips were trembling. He wanted very much to draw out his knife and kill the man he had always hated. The emperor, on the other hand, had no light in his eyes. He was held in Wu Mu's hand like a chicken, unable to resist. In the end, Wu Mu threw Wu Mu on the bed angrily and turned to leave. As he left, a tear fell from the corner of his eye, but he concealed it so well that no one saw it. Standing at the door, Wu Mu said loudly, His Majesty has decreed that I will ascend the throne immediately and take charge of the military and political affairs of the country. Your humble servant greets Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Yuan clan's Yuan Long was the first to express his stance. He knelt on the ground and shouted. Then, the other clans followed suit. Wu Mu looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and the smile on his face grew bigger. He was not in a hurry to ask them to get up. His eyes scanned the people on the ground, but when he saw the Yuan family, the smile on his face froze. Wu Mu asked calmly, Yuan Long, where is Yuan Hu? Yu Wenlong replied unhurriedly, replying to Your Majesty, my younger brother is unwell and has already been escorted back to his residence by the guards. Wu Mu seemed to think of something. He turned and pushed open the door he had just closed, only to find that there was no one inside. The emperor, who was lying on the bed in agony just now, was gone. Wu Mu's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to flare up, a soldier quickly ran over. Second Prince, the soldiers of the Empire of Tianyuan are about to arrive at the city. Please give us your orders, Second Prince. Wu Mu was shocked when he heard that. Then, he put away his dissatisfaction with the Yuan family. In the face of a great enemy, he still needed them. Besides, he had just ascended the throne, and it was not yet time to get rid of them. Wu Mu said with a smile, My beloved subjects, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, Wu Mu turned his eyes to Yuan Long and asked with a smile, My beloved subject, didn't you say that you would definitely send the head of that bastard Yi Hao to my table? I've been looking forward to it for many days. It's fine that you didn't deliver it, but why did you let that little bastard lead an army to attack Great Wu's imperial city? Faced with Wu Mu's question, which was full of smiles but actually contained killing intent, Yuan Long calmed himself down and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, I'm guilty. All the men of sacrifice I sent to kill Yi Hao were killed in the battle, so the mission failed. Please punish me, Your Majesty. But now that we are facing a great enemy, I hope Your Majesty can consider the overall situation. Consider the overall situation? Well said. Wu Mu sneered, then said with a pleasant face, My beloved subject, you are right. Now that we are facing a great enemy, are my beloved subjects willing to take the head of that bastard Yi Hao with me? The leaders of the major clans exchanged glances, then said in a deep voice, We are willing. In fact, it was not that the people of the major clans had the backbone to fight to the death. In fact, it was because of the exchange of benefits they had reached with the second prince. Now, they had helped the second prince to ascend to the throne, but they did not get what they needed. Yi Hao was attacking, and if Yi Hao breached the imperial city, then the benefits they sought would be in vain. They had thought of leaving the second prince's ship, which seemed to be an ambitious ship, but in fact, was full of danger. However, those who tried to leave were either thrown into the dense forest not far from the city or hung on the city wall. The second prince's iron fist made them give up on the idea of jumping off the ship, so they could only advance and retreat together with Wu Mu. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. That bastard Yi Hao is only the emperor of a third-rank empire. How can he be compared to the wise and powerful Your Majesty? That's right. That bastard Yi Hao said that he would start a war with us in 15 days, but he attacked us in advance. He is truly a sinister and shameless person. No matter what that bastard Yi Hao uses, in the face of absolute strength, he can only die. After everyone made the decision to advance and retreat together, they began to flatter Wu Mu. Wu Mu listened with great pride. Only Yu Wenlong's expression was uncertain, and there was a faint trace of worry in his heart. The funny thing was, they did not know how terrifying Yi Hao's lineup was. If they knew that Yi Hao had brought 51st level Spirit Emperors, they would probably be running for their lives right now. At the same time, Yu Wenlong looked in the direction of the palace and thought, I hope nothing bad happens to second brother. Beloved subject Yu Wenlong. Yes, Your Majesty. Are you willing to lead the army and take that bastard Yi Hao's head? Yu Wenlong knelt on the ground and hesitated. The leaders of the other families looked at Yu Wenlong with gloating expressions. For them, there were too many monks and too little porridge. With one less person, the others would be able to get more. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Then, Yu Wenlong stood up and led the cultivators of the Yuan family to the town hall. The people of the other families and Wu Mu followed behind Yu Wenlong because they were prepared to wait for Yi Hao. Before Wu Mu left, he also looked in the direction of the palace and thought, Old thing, wait for me to come back. Don't die. Chapter 14:10. In the depths of the imperial palace, there was a lake of tranquility, which covered an area of 100 miles and was filled with fresh water. But for those who lived in the palace, the lake was a forbidden area. Not only could they not set foot in it, but they could not even mention it. Once, a prince's son came to the palace for the first time. He thought the lake was very beautiful, so he snuck in to play. When the emperor of Great Wu learned about it, he flew into a rage and ordered his men to kill the prince. The prince's father did not let him off easily, but before he could make a scene, his head was hung at the palace gate. From then on, no one dared to mention the lake, let alone enter it. But tonight, the lake welcomed a few guests. The leader was a coquettish man dressed as a woman. Behind him were a middle-aged man with a feather fan and a black-clothed man with a saber. Around them were 6 sickly men in black, with empty eyes and swords strapped to their waists. Suddenly, an object that looked like a chessboard in the leader's hand emitted a dazzling white light. The coquettish man's face lit up, and he said, Hehe, the chaos chessboard reacted, which means the sword is nearby. The black-clothed man with the saber said in a hoarse voice, Let's find it. Then, the 6 figures spread out and began to search around the lake. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the feather fan looked at the quiet lake and made a bold guess. Could the sword that young master is looking for be at the bottom of the lake? In the dark night, Yi Hao looked quietly at the imperial city of Great Wu, which was hung with many corpses, with an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the beginning, he had nothing to do with this 4th-grade empire. If there was any connection, it could only be Yu Ganglai, the eldest young master of the Yuan clan, who stood not far behind him. However, the battle in the ruins of the Beast Seal Empire had made him an irreconcilable hatred with the Yuan clan and the imperial family of Great Wu. He knew very well that the group of people who attacked New Chenyuan City was definitely not from the Yuan clan, because they did not have the strength to do so. However, his intuition told him that the incident must have something to do with the Yuan clan. Therefore, the purpose of his trip was not only to settle all the scores with Great Wu, but more importantly, to pry the identity of his real opponent from the Yuan clan, who was the mastermind behind the defense of Chenyuan City. Yi Hao waved his hand, and Yu Ganglai carefully walked over. I told you before that your Yuan family would be destroyed by my hands sooner or later. Now, the time has come. I will let you witness it with your own eyes. Yu Ganglai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His body was stiff, and his face was filled with grief. Yi Hao patted his shoulder and softly said, Don't worry, I don't want to take your life so quickly. You can live for a few more hours. Huyanzhua. Yes. Take a few men and send young Master Yuan home. Yes. Finally, Huyanzhua led Yu Ganglai and 21st level Spirit Emperors into the city through another gate. Your Majesty, I don't think those who attacked New Chenyuan City are from the Yuan clan of Great Wu. San Yang walked over with a serious face. The strength of those people was not something the Yuan clan of Great Wu could bring out. But if they were not from the Yuan clan, it meant that the person behind the scenes was even more powerful. It was likely that it was an existence they could not afford to offend. Sun Yang, are you saying that someone else injured Elder Yin and Wang Huan? Zhu Dong walked over with a long spear in his hand. That's right, but we don't know who it is. What do you think, Feng Shui? Yi Hao looked at the Snow Emperor, who had been frowning. The Snow Emperor thought for a moment and said, I wonder if your Majesty still remembers the Qingshan Empire. That 5th grade empire? That's right. As far as I know, there is a big family in the Qingshan Empire. It's called the Yuan clan. And the Qingshan Empire is located in the east of the ancient demon realm, not far from New Qianyuan City. You mean, it might be related to the Qingshan Empire? Sun Yang's face became more and more serious. She boldly voiced her guess. Whether it's related or not, we'll know once we go in. Yi Hao said softly, then walked toward the Great Wu Imperial City. Everyone followed behind him. Without needing Yi Hao to say anything, Zhu Dong led the people behind him and charged toward the city wall. Most of the soldiers on the city wall were not even first-level spirit emperors. Occasionally, there were 2 first-level spirit emperors, but they were killed by Zhu Dong. Soon, the city wall fell. Yi Hao led the people toward the imperial palace. Deep in the palace, beside the still-thought lake, banished immortal, Hei Yi, and Yuan who stared at the bottom of the lake with shining eyes. Banished immortal walked lightly and quickly to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Hei Yi and Hei Yi followed closely behind. Banished immortal had just steadied himself when the primal chaos chessboard in his hand suddenly began to shake. The dazzling white light became more and more dazzling. Hei Yi looked at the primal chaos chessboard and said in a hoarse voice, the primal chaos chessboard is reacting so violently. It seems that I'm right. That sword should be at the bottom of the lake. Banished immortal then put away the primal chaos chessboard. He looked at Yuan Hu and signaled him to go to the bottom of the lake to check the situation. Yuan Hu didn't want to, but he forced himself to jump into the lake. After entering the lake, Yuan Hu was very nervous. He swam to the bottom of the lake while observing the situation around him. Not long after, Yuan Hu held his breath and reached the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, he saw a ray of light in front of him. He walked toward it. Through the light, Yuan Hu vaguely saw a sword stabbed into a rock. Knowing the situation, Yuan Hu quickly swam upstream, wanting to report the situation to Banished Immortal. However, all of a sudden, he felt the gaze of the Grim Reaper behind him. He turned his head with great difficulty and saw a familiar figure. His pupils dilated and were filled with fear. In the pavilion, Banished Immortal looked at the calm lake and said impatiently, "Why hasn't Yuan Hu come up yet?" Hei Yi hugged his battle sword and leaned against the pillar of the pavilion. He closed his eyes and said hoarsely, "This lake is quite big. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't come out, we'll go down ourselves." Okay. This time, Banished Immortal surprisingly didn't disagree with Hei Yi. Gu. Many bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake, followed by a few muffled sounds. It sounded like it came from the bottom of the lake. Then, a red dot appeared in the center of the lake. From afar, it looked like someone had dripped a drop of red ink on the clear lake. Gradually, the drop of red ink spread and slowly infected the clear lake water. Oh no, something's wrong. Hei Yi opened his eyes and looked at the lake with a serious expression. Bang! Suddenly, the lake exploded and water splashed everywhere. A water pillar shot up into the sky. Above the water column stood a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a strong body, but his back was hunched. The middle-aged man looked at the 2 people standing in the pavilion and smiled ferociously. He threw the half-dead Yuan Hu into the pavilion like he was throwing trash. Bang! Chapter 14:11. The pavilion exploded. Black One stood on the lake with a serious expression, carrying the seriously injured Yuan Hu in one hand and a saber in the other. Banished Immortal looked at the person on the water pillar and asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are Wu Su, the Emperor of Great Wu?" "Is that right? Are you from Green Mountain Empire's Immortal Cloud Pavilion?" The emperor glanced at Black One's attire, then at the 6 sick-looking men with swords who had quietly come up behind him. He already knew who they were. Black One threw Yuan Hu on the lake. Yuan Hu struggled to stand up and looked at the emperor of Great Wu with resentment in his eyes. Master Black One, the sword is at the bottom of the lake. Got it. Black One held the saber with both hands and whispered to Banished Immortal. Banished Immortal smiled and replied, "That's right. So I hope Senior Wu can return the sword to Immortal Cloud Pavilion." Return? Wu Su put his hands on his hips and laughed. When did this sword become your Immortal Cloud Pavilion's property? What a joke. Are you from Yuan clan's little boy, Yuan Mu or Yuan Shu? We are young Master Shu's subordinates. Ha 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 ha. Wu Su laughed again and mocked, is there no one else in Yuan clan? Now it's the son of a concubine's turn to take charge of the situation. What a joke. How dare you? Black One roared, pulled out his saber, and rushed toward Wu Su. In Black One's mind, no one could say anything bad about his young master, especially his background. So when he heard Wu Su's mocking words, he couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled out his saber and rushed forward. Humph, you're just a second-level spirit emperor. You're courting death. Wu Su snorted and clapped his hands. Suddenly, strange things happened on the lake. A few water pillars changed direction and rushed toward Black One, who was running on the lake. The water pillars were like water dragons. If one attack failed, another would come. It was very difficult to deal with. Black One roared, "Get out of my way." He switched from holding the saber with one hand to holding the saber with both hands. He slashed the saber diagonally at the incoming water column. The water column was split open by the saber and returned to the lake, unable to rise to the sky again. After Black One broke through the water column, he stomped on the ground and soared into the air. He slashed down at Wu Su, who had just spoken rudely. Wu Su retreated and pushed out a palm. The water column broke apart, and Wu Su landed on the surface of the lake. Black One retreated, clutching his chest. Wu Su clenched her fists and straightened her back. She said coldly, "I really underestimated you. Although you are only a second-level spirit emperor, your strength is not inferior to that of a third-level spirit emperor. Beloved Minister Hu, you have found yourself a very good backer." Yuan Hu didn't respond. He quietly disappeared into the crowd. Exiled Immortal, what are you still standing there for? Are you here to watch a joke? Banished Immortal looked at the angry Black One and smiled. Hey, why are you so angry? Don't forget our mission. That sword is the most important. Black One snorted and said hoarsely, "Follow me and charge." Then, 7 black streams of light shot toward Wu Su, who was standing nearby with her hands behind her back. Seeing this, Banished Immortal sneered and dived to the bottom of the lake. As Yuan Hu had said, the sword was at the bottom of the lake. However, the sword was stuck in a stone. Moreover, the sword was completely petrified. It looked like a stone sword and there was nothing special about it. Banished Immortal looked at the sword with doubt. Is this sword really as powerful as the legends say? Just as he was about to reach out his slender hand to touch the petrified sword, the sword suddenly shook slightly. Some rocks fell off the sword, revealing the scarlet sword. TSS. 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 Invisible sword chi filled the entire lake. Banished Immortal's white hands were caught off guard and 2 wounds appeared. They were all caused by the sharp sword chi. Not good. That old bastard Wu Su is summoning this sword. Having said that, Banished Immortal grabbed the sword hilt and tried to pull it out, ignoring the sword chi that would hurt his white hands. Banished Immortal felt the sword loosen as soon as he grabbed it. He thought he would be able to pull it out with a little more force. He was delighted, but the next second, he was dumbfounded. The sword in the stone, which was mostly out of the water, shot up into the sky uncontrollably. Banished Immortal had no choice but to let go of the hilt. Looking at his hands, which were covered with tiny wounds, he felt both heartache and annoyance. Yuan Mansion, Great Wu's imperial city. Huyan Zhuo came to Yuan Mansion with Yi Hao's order. However, what happened here was beyond his expectations. When he arrived, there were dozens of corpses lying in the mansion. However, Most of them were the guards and the ancestors of some families. As for the others, they were nowhere to be found. In the courtyard of Yuan Mansion, Yu Ganglai sat on the ground with a mournful expression. He held the body of an old man in his arms. This old man was one of the ancestors of Yuan Mansion. He loved Yu Ganglai very much, but today, he died tragically in his own mansion. "General, I found a scale." A guard came to Huyenjue's side with a scale in his hand. Huyenjue looked at the scale and suddenly had a familiar feeling. However, he could not tell what it was. So, he turned to Yu Ganglai and asked, "Does Yuan Mansion have demonic beasts as guards?" "No. Only my second uncle has demonic beasts. However, my second uncle said that although he has signed a contract with a demonic beast, he cannot unleash its full power. Therefore, it is useless to sign a contract with a demonic beast as a guard. Therefore, there are no demonic beasts. That's strange. So, where did this scale come from?" Huyenjue looked at the scale in his hand and said, "Search carefully. See if there are any other clues. Also, see if there are any corpses of Yuan Hu and Yuan Long. For the whole hour, Yuan Mansion was turned upside down by them. Unfortunately, they did not find anything useful." So, Huyenjue took the despondent Yu Ganglai and set off for the imperial palace. In the great hall of the imperial palace, the newly crowned emperor of Great Wu, Wu Mu, ordered someone to bring a table. There were many fruits on the table. He planned to sit there and eat while waiting for Yu Wenlong to bring him Yi Hao's head. He felt that this was not enough, so he asked someone to bring him a few more singers for him to have fun with. The great hall was filled with singing and dancing, while the voices of discontent outside grew louder. A cultivator of Yuan clan came to Yu Wenlong with an unsightly face and said, "Clan master, this Wu Mu has gone too far." "That's right. Why should Wu Mu and Yuan clan work for him while he enjoys himself inside?" "That's right. No matter how bad it is, he should at least ask the other clans to send a few people. Why is it only our Yuan clan? Isn't it obvious that he is targeting us?" "Enough!" Yu Wenlong shouted. The others shrunk their necks and stopped talking. Chapter 14:12. Yu Wenlong had always been a man of good self-restraint, and he rarely lost his temper. But today, he was furious, both at Wu Mu and Yi Hao. According to his and Yuan Hu's plan, Wu Mu would ascend to the throne tonight. Yu Wenlong would stay behind to deal with Wu Mu, while Yuan Hu would secretly lead his men to search for the sword that had been lying dormant for many years. When Yuan Hu returned with the sword, Yuan clan would no longer have to feign civility with Wu Mu. With the help of Immortal Cloud Pavilion, Wu Mu would be nothing. But all of this was disrupted by Yi Hao. Yi Hao did not come earlier or later, but at this very moment. The treacherous and cunning Wu Mu had used this opportunity to push Yuan clan out. If Yuan clan had not obeyed, their cultivators would have been killed by the other clans right at the entrance of the Emperor's chamber. Yu Wenlong had no doubt about the cold-bloodedness of those fellows, so he had no choice but to agree. He had thought of leaving at this moment, but if he did, with Wu Mu's ruthlessness, Yuan clan would not be able to escape in the imperial city of Great Wu. So, he could only wait for his second brother to come back. Comparing the two, Yu Wenlong naturally picked the easier one to bully. In his opinion, Tianyuan Empire was just a third-grade empire, and its previous failures were just due to good luck. Since it had walked right into the trap this time, Yu Wenlong did not mind letting this clown meet the king of hell. "Master, Yi Hao and his men have arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace. They will be here soon." Yu Wenlong looked at the cultivator kneeling on the ground and asked, "How many men did Yi Hao bring? How strong are they?" "More than 30 men. 4 of them are first-level spirit emperors, and the rest are all spirit heavenly realm cultivators." "Ha ha ha, he is indeed a clown. With such little strength, he is simply courting death." It was no wonder that Yu Wenlong was so confident. He himself was a second-level spirit emperor, and in addition, he had 4 second-level spirit emperors, 10 first-level spirit emperors, and more than 50 spirit heavenly realm cultivators. So, in his opinion, Yi Hao was doomed. Deep in the imperial palace, Still Thought Lake. At the center of the lake, Wu Su held her sword in one hand and stood proudly. Hei Yi and the others were forced to retreat by the sharp sword in Wu Su's hand that had rushed out from the bottom of the lake. They formed a circle from afar and did not rashly move forward. Exiled Immortal leaped out from the bottom of the lake and looked at Wu Su in a somewhat sorry state. Black One looked at Banished Immortal, whose clothes were soaked, and mocked, "Didn't you go to get the sword? Why did you let it fly away? It's easy for you to say that." Banished Immortal looked at his hands with a pained expression. "It's not like you don't know how powerful that sword is. How could it be so easily obtained?" Wu Su gently stroked the sharp sword that was shining with a faint red light. She said softly, "My old friend, we meet again." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The body of the sword suddenly began to vibrate, and a faint rumbling sound could be heard. It was very pleasant to the ears. Wu Su held the Wu Dao sword and slowly cut open his palm, allowing the Wu Dao sword to greedily suck his blood. As more and more blood was sucked, the faint glow of the Wu Dao sword became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Wu Su's face became paler and paler. Although Wu Su's face was pale, the smile on her face became wider and wider, giving off a great feeling of contrast. Hei Yi looked at the red Wu Dao sword and frowned. "No wonder you would rather let this sword sink to the bottom of the lake than use it casually. It turns out that every time you use it, you have to feed it with your own blood. This sword is indeed an evil sword. However, the power of this sword is extremely great. Legend has it that as long as you hold the Wu Dao sword in your hand, your battle prowess will rise to another level. The higher the fusion with the sword, the greater the increase in battle prowess. Some people also say that it is a sword of the heavens." Yuan Hu looked at the Wu Dao sword, and his eyes were filled with greed. At the same time, he also understood why the Calm Thought Lake was a forbidden area. "Wu Su, this sword is not yours. It belongs to our Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Hurry up and hand it over, and we can spare your life." As the exiled god secretly accumulated power, he did not forget to use the Celestial Cloud Pavilion to pressure Wu Su. Wu Su did not answer. Instead, she asked out of great curiosity, "I have a question. This sword hasn't appeared for many years already, so how do you know it's here?" At this moment, Yuan Hu could not help but take a step back. Wu Su saw this with a single glance. She immediately came to a realization. "Oh, I understand. Yuan Hu must have told you. But Yuan Hu, how did you know?" Yuan Hu did not dare to meet Wu Su's eyes. He remained silent. Wu Su seemed to think of something. She murmured to herself, "Mu should have told you." Yuan Hu remained silent, but it was just as Wu Su had said. It was the second prince who had told him. "Let me guess. You probably told Yuan Shu about this in exchange for the safety of your Yuan clan. At the same time, you faked an alliance with Mu to help her ascend to the throne. In exchange, Mu would give you my Sword of Ways. The prerequisite for the alliance was that Mu had to tell you the location of my Sword of Ways. And then you knew that Mu would not abide by the agreement, which was why you came to steal it tonight. You even brought a few experts from your main clan. What a great plan. You guys are really looking down on me more and more." As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Su, who was holding the Wu Dao sword, charged towards Yuan Hu. Yuan Hu retreated frantically, while Hei Yi and the exiled god attacked Wu Su one after another, stopping her. "Piss off." Wu Su was furious. She swung her sword and an extremely powerful strand of energy from the laws of the sword directly swept out. Hei Yi and the exiled god were still no match for her even when they worked together. Splashes appeared on the surface of the lake. 6 sickly-looking men holding swords flew over and formed a sword formation, pressing down on Wu Su. At the same time, the exiled god waved his right hand, and a huge chessboard directly appeared on the surface of the lake, directly enveloping everyone. Even Yuan Hu, who had fled into the distance, was not spared. Hei Yi wielded his blade and unleashed all his battle prowess, stabbing towards Wu Su's heart. Wu Su smiled viciously when she saw this. She used my Sword of Ways to cut her face and roared out, "Open." Her sword flew out and directly tore through the sword formation with supreme might. It pierced through Hei Yi's fatal strike and stabbed into the surface of the lake. The exiled god saw the chessboard in his hand suddenly crack, and his face changed drastically. He cried out, "That's an artifact that young Master Shu gave me to subdue my sword of ways. It actually shows signs of cracking now. Looks like we've underestimated Wu Su's strength." With the battle prowess that Wu Su had displayed right now, she had completely surpassed the 5th or 6th level of spiritual emperor. What can a measly chessboard do to me? Shatter. Wu Su's black and white hair drifted without any wind. Although her face was pale, her smile remained the same. She directly tossed out the sword of ways that had just returned to her. Chapter 14:13. When Banished Immortal saw the Wu Dao sword coming at him, he hurriedly took out a chessboard to block it. However, he was still no match for the supreme power of the Wu Dao sword. He flew backward in a sorry state, and a corner of the chessboard exploded. Wu Su chuckled. Just as she was about to follow up with another attack, she suddenly felt a pain in her chest. She knelt on the lake, and the Wu Dao sword in her hand completely lost its light. At the gate of the palace, Yi Hao and Yu Wenlong looked at each other coldly. Yi Hao looked at the middle-aged man opposite him and asked first, "Yu Wenlong, where is Yu Wenhu?" Yu Wenlong smiled slightly. "How did you know I was Yu Wenlong?" Yi Hao sneered, "Yu Wenlong, you're not as smart as your brother." Yu Wenlong thought for a moment, then said coldly, "Were your men among the captives who escaped? Otherwise, why would I let them go? So, you must have known about the second prince's ascension today. I was wondering why you came so coincidentally. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Today, your Yuan clan will be exterminated." Ha 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 ha. Yu Wenlong laughed presumptuously. "How interesting. Yi Hao, you little brat, have you grown all your teeth? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of your grandfather? That's right. Yi Hao, you bastard, kneel down and submit to the Great Wu Empire. Yi Hao, you bastard, you killed our 4th prince. Today, you will die without a doubt. You're just a 3rd-grade empire. How dare you provoke us? I don't know where your courage comes from. You really don't know what death is." Seeing Yi Hao's arrogance, the cultivators of the Yuan clan couldn't help but mock him. "Your Majesty." Zhu Dong stepped forward with his spear and asked Yi Hao. Yi Hao stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Except for Yu Wenlong, there's no need to keep the others alive." "Yes." Zhu Dong, who received the order, smiled and shook the spear in his hand. He said loudly, "No need to hide. Let this group of ignorant people see the gap between us." Then, the auras of more than 30 spiritual emperors soared into the sky. Yu Wenlong's face was pale as he watched Zhu Dong and the others approach. The harsh words he had said to Yi Hao just now were still echoing in his ears. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and involuntarily took 2 steps back. "Kill them all." Zhu Dong raised his spear and rushed towards the 4 second-level spirit emperors. He wanted to fight 4 people of the same level as him by himself. The remaining 31st-level spirit emperors started a one-sided slaughter of the remaining Yuan family cultivators. In just a moment, screams and wails could be heard everywhere. Due to the fear in their hearts, even though it was 4 against 1, Zhu Dong was still able to find their openings and defeat them one by one. Yu Wenlong looked around and sighed in his heart. The situation was hopeless. Just as he was about to turn around and flee, a figure that was faster than him appeared behind him and gently pressed the back of his head to the ground. Bang! Yu Wenlong's forehead was pressed to the ground by Yi Hao. His forehead was surrounded by broken tiles. Don't kill me." At this point, Yu Wenlong was really scared and couldn't help but beg for mercy. "So you're also afraid of death? Aren't you the high and mighty Yuan family head? Didn't you keep calling Yi Hao little brat? Why aren't you continuing?" Yi Hao secretly exerted force with his palm. The ground caved in a little more and Yu Wenlong's head was buried even deeper. "Speak, where is Yu Wenhu?" I really don't know. Your Majesty, please spare my life." Yi Hao coldly snorted and directly left Yu Wenlong behind. Immediately, 2 people looked at him. In the main hall, Wu Mu sat on the dragon throne and said somewhat drunkenly, "I just heard screams outside the hall. Presumably, My beloved Yuan family has already taken the head of little brat Yi Hao. Which beloved official is willing to bring the head to this emperor to liven things up? As soon as Wu Mu finished speaking, a family head immediately responded and walked out of the main hall. Not long after, a corpse flew in. Everyone took a closer look. Wasn't this the person who just left? How did he die? Wu Mu also saw the corpse's appearance and couldn't help but fly into a rage. What happened? Who did this? Where is Yu Wenlong? Yu Wenlong, get your ass in here. As soon as Wu Mu finished speaking, Yu Wenlong really rolled in. However, after Yu Wenlong came in, he knelt on the ground and didn't say a word. Yu Wenlong, this emperor is asking you. What happened? Yu Wenlong, this emperor is talking to you. Are you deaf? Yu Wenlong, this emperor is asking you a question. Raise your head. Even in the face of the furious Wu Mu, Yu Wenlong still kept his head firmly on the ground. At this moment, the people around them were already pointing and laughing. Wu Mu felt that he had lost all face and walked down the main hall. Just as he was about to speak, an extremely arrogant voice interrupted him. If this emperor doesn't allow him to raise his head, he won't dare to raise his head. Wu Mu looked at the man who walked in from the entrance of the main hall, who was younger than him, and cursed, "This emperor? What kind of emperor are you? How dare you call yourself an emperor in front of this emperor? You reckless thing, come, take him down." Hearing this, the guards immediately rushed up, but before they could get close to the young man, they were directly sent flying. The young man glanced at the people around and said, "You don't even have a third-level spirit emperor. A bunch of trash. I think your great Wu Empire is relying on the old emperor to hang on to his last breath. You little brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? I think you are tired of living. Little brat, kneel down and kowtow to Grandpa 3 times. Grandpa will be merciful and spare your life today. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my great Wu Imperial Palace? Yu Wenlong, come here." The young man beckoned to Yu Wenlong, who was kneeling on the ground, and Yu Wenlong immediately ran over. The young man looked at him and said with a smile, "Yu Wenlong, tell these trash here who I am." Yu Wenlong carefully glanced at the young man's expression, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "This is the emperor of the Qianyuan Empire, Yi Hao." After that, the main hall fell into a brief silence, and then burst into laughter. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Yi Hao, that brat. That's right. Yu Wenlong, what's wrong with you? Even if your Yuan family can't defeat him, you don't have to be his dog. Yu Wenlong, you are really a disgrace to our great Wu Empire by being Yi Hao's dog. Ha ha ha." Yu Wenlong looked at the mocking faces of the people around him and sneered in his heart, "Reckless? You are the ones who are really reckless." But halfway through their laughter, they could no longer laugh, because dozens of spirit emperors were standing behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at the ministers whose mouths were stiff and said with a smile, "Laugh, why don't you laugh? Isn't it funny? Go on, laugh." Plop. Chapter 14:14. Someone suddenly knelt down before Yi Hao and said, "Xia Hao, Patriarch of Xia Clan, greets your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Lu Clan greets your Majesty, Wang Clan greets your Majesty." Someone in the crowd took the lead, and then everyone scrambled to kneel at Yi Hao's feet. Yi Hao looked at these two-faced and fearful nobles with a cold smile on his face. There was only one person in the Great Hall who had not knelt down yet. He was the new emperor of Great Wu, Wu Mu, who had insulted Yi Hao and had just ascended the throne not long ago. He looked stunned. Yi Hao walked up to him and asked with a smile, "Are you Wu Mu?" Wu Mu nodded with difficulty. Yi Hao snorted coldly and swept his leg, sending Wu Mu crashing into a pillar next to him. Immediately after that, some of the nobles brought Wu Mu back to Yi Hao and made him kneel. Yi Hao looked down at him and said, "I don't want to make things difficult for you, but I have a few questions for you. Do you understand?" Wu Mu clenched his fists and said with a dry mouth, "Yes." First question, do you know where Yuan Hu is? Yuan Long said he was not feeling well and has returned to his mansion to rest. Yi Hao looked at Yuan Long with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Yuan Long knelt on the ground and dared not say a word. Second question, Where is your father? He is deep in the palace. Deep in the palace? Yi Hao was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, Huyen Zhuo had returned. Yi Hao saw Huyen Zhuo and asked directly, "Did you catch Yuan Hu?" "No." Yi Hao inadvertently glanced at Yuan Long, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "When we first arrived at Yuan Mansion, all the guards and higher-ups were dead, and some of the servants were missing." "What?" Yuan Long's face turned pale when he heard that, and he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. "Father." Yu Ganglai, who was in the crowd, was shocked to see Yuan Long. He hurriedly stepped forward. Yi Hao glanced at him and asked, "Who did it?" Huyen Zhuo took out a piece of scale armor and replied, "I don't know. I only found this piece of scale armor. I asked around, and it did not belong to the Yuan clan." Scale armor? Yi Hao looked at the scale armor and found it familiar. He didn't know where he had seen it before. At this moment, the roar of a magical beast came from the depths of the palace. Yi Hao heard the roar and felt that it was very familiar. He looked at the scale armor in his hand and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly rushed towards the depths of the palace, leaving behind a group of confused people. Rewind time to an hour ago. At that time, on the Calm Thought Lake in the depths of the palace, Wu Su suddenly clutched her chest in great pain and fell helplessly to the surface of the water with her sword in hand, ready to follow up with an attack. Banished Immortal, who was holding a broken piece of the chaos chessboard, glanced at it suspiciously, then quietly walked over. At this time, the injured Hei Yi and the others also silently walked over. Wu Su's Wu Dao sword had been thrown to the side. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even though he was in great pain, he still did not cry out. "This is..." Hei Yi held his injured shoulder and looked at Wu Su's condition. He was not sure. Banished Immortal narrowed his eyes and guessed, this should be a backlash. It seems that the price of using this sword is not small. Wu Su is suffering from a backlash. This is a great opportunity. Go, get rid of him. Then, the 6 sickly men, who were riddled with scars, rushed forward. They drew their swords and wanted to chop Wu Su to pieces. Wu Su immediately chose to retreat when faced with the 6 of them. But the 6 of them did not give him enough time to turn around. 2 of them circled behind him and blocked his path. Wu Su had no choice but to fight the 6 of them with one hand. However, he did not dare let the Wu Dao sword drink his blood again. He was afraid that the backlash would kill him. Without blood, the Wu Dao sword was like a farmer who did not have enough to eat. No matter how powerful he was, he still could not use all his strength. Wu Su blocked and dodged, but soon there were many new wounds on his body. His physical strength was gradually exhausted. Hei Yi was not only an assassin, but also a very outstanding one. He had been holding the sword in his hand tightly, waiting for the right time. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, he would definitely take someone's life. So he chose the moment when Wu Su was taking a breath. He had not used up all his strength and had not used up all his strength. Wu Su was suffering from a backlash. He could not use his strength. He had given up resisting Hei Yi's blade of death. However, he was still unwilling to give up. When Wu Su was about to die under Hei Yi's blade of death, a huge demonic beast suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit the water, between Hei Yi and Wu Su. Affected by the demonic beast, Hei Yi's blade of death deviated from its original trajectory and slashed toward the huge demonic beast. After the attack, the demonic beast did not move at all. However, Hei Yi took a few steps back. He looked at the demonic beast's hard scales and murmured, "Such strong scales. What kind of demonic beast is this?" "Imperial Tiger Scale Beast." Yuan Hu, who was standing in the crowd, recognized the demonic beast at a glance. During the battle of the beast-sealing Imperial City, he saw the beast-sealing Emperor summon an Imperial Tiger Scale Beast. Whether it was the size or the cultivation level, it was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Banished Immortal asked softly, "Is this the demonic beast that is said to have super strong defense?" "That's right." Yuan Hu took a deep look at the huge demonic beast and wondered, "But why is it here? There is a person on top of the demonic beast." He dragged his sword and said in a hoarse voice. Everyone looked carefully. There was indeed a person, and it seemed to be a woman. Wu Su raised her head with difficulty and looked at the woman in red. She was about to express her gratitude, but then she dismissed the idea. Although the woman in red's voice was as pleasant as a silver bell, her tone was very stiff and not very likable. Which one of you is Yuan Hu? Yuan Hu was stunned and smiled. You're looking for me? So he walked out and said softly, Miss, I am Yuan Hu. May I ask who you are and why you are looking for me? The woman jumped down from the demonic beast's head and looked coldly at Yuan Hu. She asked, My grandfather, Uncle Wang Huan's injuries, and the deaths of many soldiers, are you behind this? Your father? Wang Huan? Yuan Hu was more and more confused. May I ask who you are? We don't seem to know each other. I am Yin Xinshin. The woman in red's aura was sharp as she introduced herself. It's you. He saw the woman in red's face under the moonlight. His hoarse voice had a trace of surprise. Is it someone you know? Banished Immortal looked at He curiously. Chapter 14-15. The mission to assassinate Yi Hao failed because of her. This was a thorn in Black One's heart. Now that it was mentioned again, his expression turned ugly. Just because of a weak girl at the first level of the Spirit Emperor realm? You're really funny. Last time, although she was only at the spiritual heaven realm, she had the support of the nation protecting formation. I had no choice but to retreat. If that's the case, then the Tianyuan Empire can't be underestimated. Black One sneered and mocked, a mere third-rank empire. They're just ants. When young master takes control of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion, destroying them will be as easy as crushing an ant. At this moment, Yin Xinshin recognized Black One. She said coldly, It's you. You're here too. Great, I'll take revenge for grandfather and the rest today. With just you. Although Black One was injured, he could still fight against a third-level Spirit Emperor. Naturally, he wouldn't put a weak girl at the first level of the Spirit Emperor realm in his eyes. Tiger Chilean Beast, go. Yin Xinshin didn't rush forward impulsively. Instead, she let the Tiger Chilean Beast scout the situation first. At this moment, Wu Su, who was no longer in a bad situation, said weakly, Miss, be careful. Although that assassin is only at the second level of the Spirit Emperor realm, his battle strength doesn't lose to a third-level Spirit Emperor. The cross-dressing man beside him is at the fourth level of the Spirit Emperor realm. Miss, you're not their match. You should run. Yin Xinshin turned and said, Thank you for your reminder. But I won't rest until one of us is dead. With that, Yin Xinshin followed behind the Tiger Chilean Beast and charged towards Black One. Black One smiled and said, Banished Immortal, I'll leave this demonic beast and that girl to you. The rest of you, follow me to kill Wu Su. Without giving Banished Immortal a chance to reply, he led everyone past Yin Xinshin and surrounded Wu Su. Just as Yin Xinshin was about to change directions, Banished Immortal blocked her path with a helpless expression. Little girl, you're really pretty. Get out of my way. Yin Xinshin said unkindly. Yo yo yo. Banished Immortal raised his hand and smiled. You're young, but your temper isn't small. That's why I said that I hate beautiful girls. Just as he finished speaking, Exiled Immortal pointed out. Just as Yin Xinshin was about to take the attack head-on, the tiger-armored beast roared and stood in front of Yin Xinshin. Bang! No matter how strong the defense of the Imperial Tiger Chilean Beast was, it was still no match for the fourth-level Spirit Emperor Banished Immortal. Yin Xinshin stood in place with a face full of shock. Half of the tough scales of the Imperial Tiger Chilean Beast had already shattered, and the Banished Immortal was getting closer and closer. Originally, Yi Hao did not allow her to follow him out, so she sneaked out secretly. Because the tiger-armored beast was very strong, Yin Xinshin entered the city first. After entering the city, he found out where the Yuan house was. He led the tiger-armored beast there. At that time, all the masters in the Yuan mansion had been taken away by Yuan Hu and Yuan Long. Only the old, weak, women, and children were left in the mansion. As a result, Yin Xinshin was able to break into the Yuan manor very easily. The scale that had fallen into the courtyard had been dropped by the Yuan Manor's guards during the fierce battle between her tiger Chilean beast and the Yuan Manor's guards. That was why Huyen Zhuo and Yi Hao were so familiar with the scale. Yin Xinshin did not start a massacre in the Yuan mansion. She only killed a few people who deserved it and some guards. She let the others go. At the same time, she found out that the core members of the Yuan family, Yuan Long and Yuan Hu, were not in the mansion. They were in the palace. Hence, Yin Xinshin led the imperial tiger Chilean beast straight to the palace. When she arrived at the palace, she heard a commotion deep in the palace, so she rushed over. She happened to see the scene just now, which led to what happened next. In the main hall of the palace, the people who were left behind by Yi Hao looked at each other. In the end, it was San Yang who stood up and ordered, Huyen Zhuo, take some people and look after these captives. Feng Shui, Ju Dong, we will follow His Majesty in case anything happens. Yes. After receiving the order, Huyen Zhuo ordered people to guard the people in the main hall and wait for Yi Hao's return. At the same time, he secretly prayed that nothing happened to Yi Hao. San Yang and the others were very confused on the way, but they could not come to a conclusion. So, they hurried on in silence. On Jingxi Lake, the tiger-armored beast could not withstand Zhejian's attacks at all. It was now on the verge of death. Yin Xinshin, who was wearing red, also attacked Zhejian, but the result was that Zhejian was unharmed. She, on the other hand, had several wounds. Wu Su, who was not far away, was slowly approaching the end of her life. Under Black One's leadership, Yuan Hu and the others' attacks were very coordinated. After a few more rounds, Wu Dao's sword would temporarily be without a master. Get out of the way. My target is not you. Yin Xinshin knelt on one knee. Her breathing was getting heavier and heavier, but her eyes were still very firm when she looked at Zhejian. You really are not afraid of death. Zhejian looked at Yin Xinshin and said with a bit of disgust, I hate beautiful women the most. I've had enough of playing cat and mouse. Now, it's time to send you on your way. After that, Zhejian reached out with both hands. He wanted to kill Yin Xinshin. Yin Xinshin was not afraid. The tiger-armored beast also stood up shakily. Go to hell. Banished Immortal let out an ear-piercing cry. Two attacks with a soft and gentle aura flew towards Yin Xinshin. The tiger-armored beast roared angrily and used its body to block one of the attacks. However, after blocking the attack, it could no longer stand up. Little tiger. Yin Xinshin looked at the tiger-armored beast on the ground in pain. But in the next second, Zhejian's attack was already in front of her. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In the nick of time, a black item flew in front of Yin Xinshin and blocked the attack for her. At the same time, a shadow pulled Yin Xinshin and quickly retreated. Banished Immortal's eyes narrowed because he didn't see what had blocked his attack. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely furious. Zhejian, long time no see. Yi Hao, who had rushed over, pulled the surprised Yin Xinshin with one hand and held the black jade seal that he had just taken back with the other. His face was brimming with a smile, but this smile was mixed with a trace of coldness. Jioming. You came just in time. Before I left last time, I said that today is the anniversary of your death. Jioming. Yin Xinshin, who had come back to her senses, looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Yi Hao touched his head awkwardly and said, It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time. Are you okay? Yin Xinshin lowered her head and blamed herself. I'm sorry. Yi Hao pulled Yin Xinshin behind him and said, It's good that you're okay. I heard the tiger-armored beasts roar on the way. I felt uneasy. But luckily, I came in time. Little tiger, it's heavily injured. Chapter 14-16. Yi Hao looked at the tiger Chilean beast that was already dead. He squeezed Yin Xinshin's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, it's a guardian beast soul. It can recover on its own. That's great. Oh right, brother Yi Hao, the person who injured my grandfather and Uncle Wang Huan is here too. Where? Yi Hao was shocked. He looked in the direction that Yin Xinshin was pointing and saw He Yi, who was fighting a bloody battle. At this moment, 3 figures appeared behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao said in a deep voice, Judong, the person with the saber is the one who broke into our imperial city. Kill him. Judong was stunned at first. Then, he raised his long spear and charged over. San Yang, you go too. San Yang was a little worried when she heard this. Because Zhejian was also present, she was afraid that Yi Hao would not be able to defeat Zhejian. Yi Hao seemed to know San Yang's worries and said, Don't worry, Feng Shui and I are here. Judong can't handle it alone. You go and help him. Okay. Then, San Yang stepped lightly and joined the complicated battle. Feng Shui held the wind snow saber and stood side by side with Yi Hao. Yi Hao patted Yin Xinxin's hand, telling her not to worry. Then, he stretched his body and said loudly, Since we've met today, let's settle the old and new grudges together. However, I still have a question that I'm very curious about. I hope Zhejian can answer it for me. Zhejian smiled and did not say a word. The people who attacked my Tianyuan city should be from the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. I'm very curious. When I was fighting with you for the 10,000-year-old snow spiritual grass, I didn't offend the Celestial Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, I even used a fake identity. How did the Celestial Cloud Pavilion find me? It really is a fake name. Then I guess your real name is Yi Hao, the king of the Tianyuan Empire. Otherwise, how could there be so many people working for you? Let me make a guess. You guys from the Celestial Cloud Pavilion are also called Yuwen. If there is a reason why you guys would attack me, Yi Hao, I can only think of one. That is to stand up for Great Wu's Yu clan. However, I don't understand. Why would a clan from a 5th-grade empire like you want to stand up for a clan from a 4th-grade empire? What interests are involved in this? To think that you are actually Yi Hao. This time around, you have completely offended our Celestial Cloud Pavilion. You will definitely die. Alright, I've finished my questions. I already know what I want to know. Since I didn't get the answer I wanted, I'll just kill you all and wait for the answer to come to me. Yi Hao shouted and pulled out his sword. Together with Feng and Shui, he charged towards the banished immortal. The banished immortal's smile didn't fade as he dealt with them calmly. The battle at the Calm Thought Lake had begun. On the other side, just as Black One and the others were about to kill Wu Su, a long spear that was flashing with golden light suddenly pierced towards his head. Black One quickly retreated. Looking at Judong, who was carrying a longbow and holding a long spear, he asked, Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Wang Huan and Elder Yin weren't injured by you guys. Were you the ones who injured the soldiers of the Tianyuan Empire? Judong raised his long spear and questioned. What Wang Huan? What Elder Yin? I'm in the middle of something. Scram. Black One's face was filled with displeasure. Just as he was about to charge forward, an enchanting lady knocked down the 6 sickly men that the banished immortal had borrowed from Yu Wenmu. Judong raised his long spear and said, San Yang, I'll leave those 6 to you. Leave this guy to me. All right, San Yang replied gently. Be careful. Judong roared out furiously and swept his spear towards Black One. Black One did not dare to be careless and hurriedly received the attack. At this moment, the 6 sickly-looking men with swords in their hands surrounded San Niang and Wu Su, who was sitting on the ground and panting heavily. San Yang looked at Wu Su and asked, Are you the Empress of the Great Wu? Wu Su did not answer. Instead, she looked at Yi Hao, who was fighting the banished immortal nearby, and asked, Is that the Emperor of your empire of Tianyuan, Yi Hao? San Yang smiled sweetly. She had heard the entire conversation between Yi Hao and the banished immortal, so she asked out of curiosity, Why do these people from the Immortal Cloud Pavilion want to kill you? Is it because of the sword in your hand? Wu Su shuddered and asked, He's the one who killed the 4th prince of my Great Wu, right? And what happened to my Mu-er? Through Yi Hao's conversation, Wu Su already knew who had saved her time and time again. As it turned out, it was Yi Hao of the Empire of Tianyuan, who she had always looked down on and had even killed her son. The appearance of Yi Hao and the others meant that the Great Wu Empire would cease to exist after tonight. Wu Su laughed self-deprecatingly. Ha 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 ha, I, Wu Su, have fought my entire life and spent countless hardships to establish the Great Wu Empire. I never thought that the Great Wu Empire would end up like this. I, Wu Su, have killed countless people in my life. I've imagined all sorts of ways to die, but I never thought that I would die like this. I would die at the hands of an insignificant figure that I never took seriously. The backlash had passed, but Wu Su's situation was not optimistic. It would be impressive if he could even use half of his original strength. Even so, he still struggled to his feet and dragged his injured body towards Yi Hao. Stop. Leave your sword behind. San Yang had sensed from the very beginning that the sword was no ordinary item. It was very similar to the sword recorded in the legends, but she was unsure. As a result, she had Wu Su leave it behind. Wu Su laughed viciously. Haha, I have to avenge my son's death. With that, he turned around and raised his sword, which was glowing with a faint red light. He pointed it at San Yang. However, San Yang was already prepared. She tossed the sword from her sleeve, which stabbed into Wu Su's arm. Wu Su could not endure the pain, and his sword flew into the air. Seeing this, the 6 sword-wielding Deathsworn all reached out to grab the sword. San Yang stomped her foot heavily, and 6 pillars of water as thick as buckets shot into the air, directly hitting the 6 Deathsworn. Afterwards, the 6 pillars of water turned into icicles, sealing the 6 of them in ice. Yuan Hu, who had been besieging the 6 Deathsworn, had already retreated to the side when Yi Hao arrived. Looking at the frozen Deathsworn, he felt an indescribable shock in his heart. He could not kill Yi Hao in his current state. The sword, which had been suspended in the air for a while, naturally stabbed into the frozen lake without anyone reaching out to grab it. Wu Su clutched his purple-black arm and said with difficulty, "Even if you leave this sword behind, it's useless. This sword is not something that ordinary people can wield. If you don't handle it well, you'll suffer from the backlash, just like I am now." San Yang looked at Wu Su's sorry state. She was both happy and worried. She was happy because this was indeed the legendary sword, but worried because Wu Su was right. If he did not wield it well, he would slowly be exhausted to death by this sword. At this moment, Yi Hao was sent flying towards San Yang by Zhejian's attack. Chapter 14-17. Yi Hao smashed the icicle, and the 6 men of sacrifice took the opportunity to escape to Yuan Hu's side. Yi Hao, who had just regained his balance, looked at the broken sword in his hand and was a little depressed. He looked at San Yang and said, "San Yang, do you have any good weapons?" San Yang shook her head. She was best at palm techniques and hidden weapons. "Forget it, it's good to be unarmed." Yi Hao threw away the broken sword. Just as he was about to rush forward, he suddenly saw the Wu Dao sword not far away. He waved his hand, and the Wu Dao sword flew directly into his hand. "Your Majesty, you can't." San Yang saw this and hurriedly reminded him, but Yi Hao was already in his hand. Yi Hao looked at the red sword embryo and praised, "This sword looks good. I'll take it, banished immortal, die." Yi Hao took his sword and left in a carefree manner, leaving the crowd looking at each other in dismay. Wu Su was depressed. It shouldn't be. If he wasn't the owner of the Wu Dao sword, he would have suffered a backlash. But why was Yi Hao completely fine? San Yang was very worried. She forgot to remind His Majesty, but on second thought, nothing strange happened when His Majesty held the sword. Yuan Hu and the others were stunned. This was something that Master Shu wanted. How did it end up in that guy's hands? What are you waiting for? Get it back. Black One, who was fighting fiercely with Ju Dong, shouted to remind everyone. Everyone suddenly came to their senses, but before they could take a few steps, they were stopped by San Yang. Black One swung the long spear in front of him, trying to get rid of Ju Dong, but he didn't succeed. Although Ju Dong's combat power was not as good as Black One's, Black One was injured, and Ju Dong wanted to fight to the death. The two of them wouldn't be able to determine the winner so easily. After Yi Hao held the sword, he felt his strength increase greatly. Together with Feng Shui, he beat Banished Immortal back step by step. The Banished Saint was actually dodging on purpose because when he fought against Yi Hao earlier, he discovered that Yi Hao was actually wielding my Dao sword. He had just been heavily injured by my Dao sword, so how could he not tremble in fear and retreat? Wu Su climbed up from the ground, ignoring the poison in his bone marrow arm. He roared and rushed toward Yi Hao. The hatred of killing and stealing the sword all exploded at this moment. Yi Hao sensed the danger behind him. He immediately turned around and aimed his sword at Wu Su. Suddenly, the Wu Dao sword glowed with red light. It broke through Wu Su's protective aura and pierced through his body. Wu Su stopped in front of Yi Hao, unable to take another step forward. Wu Su looked at Yi Hao and used all the strength in her body to say, "Yi Hao, you win." At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry came from the lakeside. Yi Hao looked over and saw that it was Huyen Zhuo and the people in the hall. The man who was shouting was Wu Mu, who had just ascended the throne. He shouted father to the stooped middle-aged man killed by Yi Hao. Only then did Yi Hao realize that the man he had just killed was the emperor of Great Wu he had been looking for. At this moment, a flame suddenly soared into the sky not far away. It was coming from the crown prince's residence in the Eastern Palace. Banished Immortal glanced at the crowd by the lakeside. He knew that it would be very difficult to take back the Wu Dao sword, so he decided to retreat and leave. Black One seemed to have seen through his thoughts. "Banished Immortal," he said in a deep voice, "if you can't complete young master's mission, you will die even if you go back. Hand over the chessboard of chaos." Banished Immortal's eyes lit up as if he had made up his mind. He waved his hands, and a huge chessboard floated in the air. Then, he made a hand seal and used all his spiritual energy to activate the chessboard. At this moment, the 6 sickly men also gave up on attacking. They stabbed their swords into the chessboard from 6 different positions. The chessboard fell toward where Yi Hao was standing. Seeing this, He Yi pushed Judong away with his sword and rushed towards Yi Hao. Zhejian also rushed over at the same time. The chessboard fell quickly. Just as it was about to hit the ground, 2 more figures rushed in. One came from the center of the lake, and the other from the lakeside. Bang! The chessboard fell with a loud bang, causing 1,000 splashes as it shattered completely. Yi Hao and the others who were below the chessboard had disappeared. San Yang, Ju Dong, and Yin Xinxin came to where Yi Hao was standing at almost the same time. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Huyen Zhuo also came to the center of the lake and asked, "What happened just now?" San Yang thought about the scene and asked, "There was a figure flying over from the lakeside. Who was it?" Huyen Zhuo looked back and said, "It was Wu Mu." "Where's the center of the lake?" Ju Dong looked and found that there was no one else except for the 6 sickly men standing on the lake. He said in a low voice, "It was Yu Wen Hu." "San Yang, what happened? Why did Brother Yi Hao and the others disappear?" Yin Xinxin clenched his fists and asked with a worried expression. San Yang took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "According to my guess, there was a teleportation array hidden in the chessboard. His Majesty and the others should have been teleported away." "Where were they teleported to?" Yin Xinxin asked anxiously. "I don't know. The person who set up this array is much stronger than us. It's impossible for us to calculate where His Majesty was teleported to. At present, we can only calculate the approximate range. Then I'll capture those people and ask them." The Snow Emperor clenched the snow blade in his hand and walked toward the 6 sickly men. "It's useless. They are just puppets. You can't get anything out of them." The Snow Emperor didn't listen. As soon as he walked over, he gave the 6 men a gentle push, and the 6 sickly men sank to the bottom of the lake. San Yang thought for a moment and said, "Order everyone to go out of the city and search in the north, south, east, and west. If there are any traces, report immediately. The teleportation array shouldn't have teleported them far. As long as we are fast enough, we will be able to save His Majesty." "Yes." After that, San Yang, Yin Xinxin, led the men to the east, the Snow Emperor to the west, Judong to the north, and Huyen Zhuo to the south. There was a dense forest 100 miles away from the imperial city of Great Wu. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in the forest. Yi Hao, who was holding the sword of my path, looked at Banished Immortal in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. It seems that I was careless." "Ha ha ha." Banished Immortal covered his face and laughed. "Fortunately, Young master gave me this treasure. The teleportation array here was supposed to let us leave after getting the sword of my path in your hand. I didn't expect it to be used on you. It's a bit of a waste. Oh. Yi Hao carefully looked at the sword in his hand and said, so this is the sword of my path. Now I understand why the Celestial Cloud Pavilion is helping Yuan Hu to make things difficult for me. At the same time, Yi Hao inadvertently looked at the two little fishes who were quietly following not far away. Chapter 14:18. Yi Hao, I couldn't kill you last time in Wutian Yuan New City. This time, I can do two things at the same time. He Yi stuck out his tongue and licked his sword. If he hadn't thought of using the teleportation array, he would have failed this mission. Yi Hao, the Wu Yu family and you are irreconcilable. Today, you must die. Yuan, who had recovered most of his strength after a short period of rest. He looked at Yi Hao and said angrily, don't worry. Yi Hao, you killed my father, my fourth brother, and ordered people to burn down the Eastern Palace. Today, I, Wu Mu, will kill you. Wu Mu held his sword and looked at Yi Hao with anger. Yi Hao was besieged by a 4th-level Spirit Emperor, 2 2nd-level Spirit Emperors, and a 1st-level Spirit Emperor, but he was not afraid at all. With a calm face, he said, well, today's the day we settle old and new grudges. Ch, you overestimate yourself. Even if you have my Dao sword, you will still die today. Yuan Hu and Yi Hao had a grudge against each other for a long time. Naturally, he would mock Yi Hao. Yi Hao didn't get angry. He suddenly moved and appeared behind Yuan Hu. He raised his sword, which was shining with a faint red light, and swung it. Yuan Hu flipped his body and dodged the attack. Then, Yi Hao appeared next to Yuan Hu and said calmly, the first time we met, I couldn't beat you. The second time, we tied. The third time, I can kill you. Sword after sword, Yuan Hu couldn't resist anymore. He couldn't help but shout, Sir, save me. He Yi rushed forward and directly confronted Yi Hao head-on. In the first exchange, Yi Hao retreated 10 steps and He Yi retreated 8. They looked at each other and rushed forward again. Yi Hao retreated 5 steps and He Yi retreated 4 steps. This repeated 2 more times. Yi Hao didn't move, but He Yi retreated 2 steps. He Yi clenched his numb hands and shouted angrily, what are you waiting for? Kill him, get my sword, and complete the mission given by the young master. I know. You're really long-winded. Exiled Immortal stretched his back and thrust his palm forward, aiming for Yi Hao. Wu Mu and Yuan Hu followed behind Exiled Immortal, each using their own killer moves. Yi Hao changed his grip on his sword from 1 hand to 2. Facing the 4 people's killing moves, he retreated instead of advancing. Suddenly, the Wu Dao sword shone with a bright red light, and a fiery red vermilion bird floated out from behind Yi Hao. That's impossible. Wu Mu's footsteps faltered as an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Even if my Dao sword were to absorb blood, there's no way it would be able to unleash vermilion bird everywhere in such a short period of time. He really is a monster. Exiled Immortal and Black's eyelids twitched fiercely as they evaded the radiance. Black stood still and wiped the blood on his blade. The blade was completely black, and when he swung it, a black dragon rushed towards the vermilion bird. The banished Immortal put his palms together, and an invisible bell appeared, as if to suppress the fiery red vermilion bird. Wu Mu and Yuan Hu didn't stay idle either. One on the left and the other on the right, they used their strongest attacks. The vermilion bird and the black dragon clashed. The vermilion bird had the upper hand, and just as it was about to tear the black dragon apart, a bell crashed into its body. The vermilion bird cried out in pain as it retreated. Just then, 2 more attacks flew over, and the vermilion bird's body and soul were destroyed. The 4 people were delighted, but when they looked again, Yi Hao was no longer where he stood. Suddenly, Yuan Hu froze on the spot. He lowered his head and looked at the fiery red Wu Dao sword in his abdomen. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Yi Hao pulled out the sword, and blood splattered everywhere. He coldly looked at the remaining 3 people, and an endless battle intent surged out of his eyes. After pulling out the Wu Dao sword, Yi Hao didn't stop and went straight for Wu Mu. The banished immortal and the other two people's faces turned cold. Yi Hao was actually looking for an opportunity to kill Yuan Hu while fighting with them. They didn't know if it was because he thought he was strong enough, or because he didn't take them seriously. Yuan Hu looked at the wound on his abdomen and fell to the ground with a pained expression. He looked at Yi Hao's back as he left. His lips moved slightly, and he died with his eyes open. When he first met Yi Hao's strength was far inferior to his. When he met Yi Hao again, Yi Hao was already able to contend with him. When they met for the third time, Yi Hao was no longer the same Yi Hao as before. He could kill him like he was slaughtering a pig or a dog. He had been busy for most of his life, but unfortunately, the great Wu Yu family still couldn't escape the fate of destruction. Black One roared angrily and activated all of his combat power. He held his saber upside down and slashed at Yi Hao's chest. Yi Hao's sword vibrated slightly, and he directly blocked Black One's attack. The banished immortal, who had been waiting for a long time, quietly came behind Yi Hao. He stretched out both hands, and 10 thumb-sized flying swords flashed with cold light and went straight for Yi Hao's back. Yi Hao's figure changed, and he raised his sword to block. Before he could completely dodge the flying swords, Wu Mu's palm landed in front of him. Yi Hao stabbed the Wu Dao sword into the ground and stopped his body from retreating. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was still calm. Wu Mu withdrew his palm and smiled. That trash Yuan Hu is a first-level spirit emperor. Naturally, he can't win against you, but we're not so easy to deal with. On the contrary, if the three of us work together, you won't be able to escape today. Black One held his saber with both hands and adjusted his aura. Although you have the Wu Dao sword, your strength is not strong. Just now, we were careless, and you found an opening to kill Yuan Hu. Now, it won't be so easy for you. The banished immortal waved his hand, and the 10 flying swords revolved around his palm. He then smiled and said, Yi Hao, last time you stole my 10,000 years snow spirit grass, and this time you stole my Wu Dao sword. Today, no matter what, I won't let you go. Okay, then let's settle this once and for all today. Yi Hao's face darkened. He flipped his hand, and a fiery red pill appeared in his palm. This pill was the system's reward, the exploding flame heavenly splitting pill that could rapidly increase one's strength in a short period of time. Smearing the pill on one's weapon could quickly increase one's strength in a short period of time. This was the reason why he could be so calm when facing the 4th-level Spirit Emperor Banished Immortal, the 2nd-level Spirit Emperor Black One, and the 2nd-level Spirit Emperor Wu Mu. Yi Hao raised his hand and raised the Wu Dao sword in his hand. He crushed the exploding flame heavenly splitting pill and smeared it on the sword. Then, the Wu Dao sword's red light became brighter and brighter. Yi Hao felt a nameless fire in his heart, and his whole body became incomparably hot. Following that, his cultivation increased crazily. Yi Hao, who was originally a 2nd-level Spirit Emperor, suddenly became an early 4th-level Spirit Emperor. He wasn't far from the 4th-level Spirit Emperor Banished Immortal. This kid, how did his strength increase so much all of a sudden? Black One looked at Yi Hao, whose cultivation was increasing crazily, with a dignified expression. The Banished Immortal's face changed greatly. He hurriedly said, he must be using some kind of secret method to forcefully increase his cultivation. Quickly stop him. Chapter 14:19. After saying that, he directly threw out his 10 flying swords. Hei Yi and Wu Mu did not dare to be careless. 2 attacks with enough power to split mountains followed closely behind. Suddenly, Yi Hao's black pupils turned red. He looked at the attacks that were getting closer and closer and smiled ferociously. All of you will die. Yi Hao moved. His figure was so fast that the 3 people present could only see a vague afterimage. On the ground, a tall mountain suddenly rose into the sky in an attempt to block the incoming flying swords. However, these flying swords contained Banished Immortal's abundant spirit energy. The 10 flying swords pierced through the mountain and left behind a pile of rubble. However, the 10 flying swords suddenly slowed down. Then, in the direction they were flying, a huge undying bird with flames all over its body opened its eyes. The huge undying bird shook its arms and charged at the flying swords. The flying swords flew into the undying bird's huge shadow. However, after entering the shadow, Banished Immortal suddenly couldn't feel his connection with the flying swords. He was shocked. The flying swords rampaged through the undying bird's body in an attempt to escape. However, it didn't take long for them to give up and stay on the undying bird's tail. Finally, an arm gently reached out and the flying swords obediently flew into the sleeve. The undying bird didn't dissipate after swallowing the flying swords. Instead, it carried flames that could burn the world and collided with the two attacks that followed the flying swords. Bang! The spirit energy collided and a huge blood lotus bloomed in the air. Before the smoke in the air completely dissipated, a fiery red figure flew out from the smoke. Wu Mu's eyes narrowed. When he saw the figure charging at him, he frantically retreated. Unfortunately, in front of the fiery red figure, he was like an ant. He was fast but very slow. Sword light gathered and a fiery red sword shot out. It stabbed into Wu Mu's thigh. Ah! Wu Mu cried out in pain. His entire body was nailed to the ground by the huge impact of the flying sword. Yi Hao slowly walked over and pulled out his Wu Dao sword. At this moment, Black One held a war blade and slashed at Yi Hao's head with an oppressive aura. Yi Hao didn't even look and blocked with his sword behind him. When Black One's war blade touched Yi Hao's Wu Dao sword, the biting cold aura disappeared. Black One couldn't help but fly back and break one tree after another. Wu Mu looked at Yi Hao approaching with his Wu Dao sword. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. Yi Hao's eyes were cold. Yi's sword, he slapped Wu Mu's face. Wu Mu was sent flying. Banished Immortal appeared behind Wu Mu. Just as he was about to save him, Yi Hao stomped down. Banished Immortal hurriedly retreated. He didn't dare to take it head-on. Then, Yi Hao stomped on Wu Mu's chest, causing a huge hole in the ground. Black One came to Banished Immortal's side and said with an ugly expression, "The secret technique he used must have a time limit. As long as we can stall for time, he'll definitely die." Banished Immortal said worriedly, "With this kid's current strength, the two of us aren't his match even if we work together. I'm afraid we'll die miserably before the time limit is over. We have to hold on. This is what young master wants." Okay, I know." While the two were talking, Wu Mu was lying at the bottom of the hole. He was on the verge of death. Yi Hao looked at him coldly and said, "It was your great Wu Empire that provoked me first, so today's situation is your own fault. Your biggest mistake was to provoke me." Cough, cough. Wu Mu's eyes were empty. He lay on the ground and looked at the sky. Then, his eyes slowly closed and he couldn't open them again. Yi Hao looked at the dead Wu Mu and walked out of the hole. He held his sword and looked coldly at Black One and Banished Immortal. "Yi Hao, it's not too late for you to stop now. As long as you hand over the Wu Dao sword in your hand, we'll write off the grudge between you and Celestial Cloud Pavilion." Black One didn't forget to use Celestial Cloud Pavilion to pressure Yi Hao. Unfortunately, Yi Hao wasn't afraid. He sneered and said, "You were the one who attacked Chenyuan New City, right?" "That's right. I led people to your palace. Unfortunately, you weren't in the palace at that time. Otherwise, you'd be a cold corpse now. Elder Yin and Wang Huan's injuries were also caused by you. They dared to stop me. They overestimated themselves." "Very well." Yi Hao was getting angrier and angrier. He said in a deep voice, "Overestimated yourself. Celestial Cloud Pavilion provoked me first. Now, you want me to hand over the Wu Dao sword. What a bully. So what? This is the way of the world. You're just a third-grade empire. How can you compete with a fifth-grade empire? If this goes on, you'll be seeking your own death sooner or later." "Seeking my own death? Then you'd better watch carefully." Yi Hao held his sword with both hands and pressed it down. Black One raised his sword to block it and was forced to retreat a few meters. Yi Hao sneered, "The two of you have stalled for so long. How many attacks can you take from me? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant." This was what Black One and Banished Immortal felt. Yi Hao knew that they were stalling for time, but he still cooperated with them. This meant that he didn't take them seriously. However, at this moment, the two of them had different thoughts. Black One raised his battle sword and wanted to fight Yi Hao to the death. On the other hand, Banished Immortal was holding back. He looked around from time to time and seemed to be ready to escape. Yi Hao looked at Black One's desperate look and said coldly, "First attack." Then, he stood quietly on the spot and raised his arm. He held the Wu Dao sword in his hand and didn't move until Black One charged in front of him. Black One was furious. Just as he was about to change from stabbing to slashing, he couldn't help but retreat and smash into a big tree behind him. At the same time, the battle sword in his hand flew into the air uncontrollably and stabbed in front of him. Second attack. Yi Hao continued. Then, he held the Wu Dao sword horizontally in his hand and swung it gently. Black One's eyes narrowed. The sword light that seemed to be moving very slowly appeared in front of him in the next second. Black One picked up the battle sword not far away and swung it again and again. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop the sword light at all. He couldn't help but glance at Banished Immortal. He wanted to ask Banished Immortal to come over and help, but he couldn't say it out loud. Banished Immortal took advantage of the moment when he and Yi Hao were fighting to turn into a stream of light and escape into the distance. Yi Hao threw the Wu Dao sword in his hand. The Wu Dao sword turned into a long rainbow and chased after Banished Immortal. After doing all this, Yi Hao seemed a little exhausted. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said weakly, "Third attack." Chapter 14:20. The slow sword beam struck Black One and cut the black saber in half along with its master. When Black One fell to the ground, his eyes were still fixed in the direction where Banished Immortal had fled, his eyes full of anger. Before long, Wu Dao's sword turned into a beam of light and returned to Yi Hao's back, stabbing into the ground quietly. The blood on the sword slowly dripped to the ground. At the same time, Yi Hao fainted on the ground because of the side effect of the pill. Not far away, a rush of footsteps was heard. The leader was a strong young man with a longbow and a spear on his back. In a cave not far from the forest, Banished Immortal, who had almost been killed by the sword, leaned against the wall in great pain. He looked at his pierced palm with resentment in his eyes. Just when he thought he had escaped with his life, the Wu Dao sword actually flew straight towards him, so he ran. Who knew that the Wu Dao sword was even faster than him? Seeing that his body was about to be pierced, Banished Immortal stretched out his right hand to block the attack. Just like that, Wu Dao's sword pierced through his entire palm. Fortunately, the sword did not linger for too long and flew straight back. Otherwise, he would have been a cold corpse like Black One. With a twisted face, Banished Immortal clenched his injured right hand and roared like an injured animal, "Yi Hao, you're going to die." In a magnificent palace in the imperial city of Great Wu, Yi Hao opened his eyes weakly and looked around at the unfamiliar environment. Just as he was about to struggle to his feet, Yin Xinshin, who was guarding beside him in red, woke up. She quickly helped Yi Hao up and leaned him against the bed. At the same time, she shouted toward the door, "Brother Yi Hao is awake. Brother Yi Hao is awake." When they heard Yin Xinshin's voice, Sanyang and the others rushed in like a swarm of bees. They stood aside and looked at Yi Hao, who was leaning against the bed. Yi Hao covered his head and asked, "Where am I?" "Brother Yi Hao, this is the imperial palace of Great Wu," Yin Xinshin explained to Yi Hao, sitting beside him. "Why am I here?" "Your Majesty, last night, you were teleported to a forest 100 miles away. Later, when I was searching for you, I heard the sound of fighting in the forest. So, I followed the sound of fighting and found you unconscious. Then, I brought you here." Zhu Dong stood up and explained. "Yes." Yi Hao covered his dizzy head and said, "By the way, did you find the body of Banished Immortal around?" "No. When I arrived, I only found the corpses of Yuan Hu, Wu Mu, and that death warrior. As for Exiled Immortal, I didn't see him. I even ordered people to search the surroundings, but they didn't find him either. It's a pity that he got away." Yi Hao sighed, feeling a little regretful. Sanyang walked lightly to Yi Hao's side and asked, "Your Majesty, did you kill those 3 people?" "Yes." Yi Hao chuckled and nodded. What's the situation in Great Wu now? After Yuan, whose body was brought back last night, the Yuan clan began to rebel, Sanyang replied respectfully. After that, I led people to suppress the rebellion and exterminate the Yuan clan. Not long after that, all the other clans surrendered and pledged their loyalty to the Empire of Tianyuan. Also, the fire in the East Palace was later discovered to be the doing of the Emperor of Great Wu. Yi Hao sighed softly. The Emperor of Great Wu did this because he didn't want his crown prince to die at my hands. Sanyang, you did well. It's my duty to share your majesty's worries. Yi Hao recovered some strength and struggled to get up from the bed. Move all the cultivators in Great Wu's imperial city to Tianyuan City, he said in a deep voice. Once there, summon the leaders of all the clans to see me. Also, if the people are willing to go with me, they can go with me. If they don't want to, then forget it. Yes. Sanyang nodded and asked, what about the imperial family of Great Wu? Imprison them. With that, Yi Hao left. The name of Yi Hao of Tianyuan Empire began to spread throughout the ancient fiend realm. Qingshan Empire, Immortal Cloud Pavilion. Yuan Shu was sitting in his study with a secret manual in his hands. He was reading it with great interest. Beside him knelt Banished Immortal, who liked to dress up as a woman. At the moment, Banished Immortal's heart was in torment, and he was sweating profusely. He didn't even dare to raise his head. While reading, Yuan Shu suddenly asked, where are my things? Please calm down, young master. The mission failed. Banished Immortal raised his head slightly and said nervously, oh, how did you fail this time? It can't be because of that Yi Hao, can it? Young master, the mission failed because of that Yi Hao. Not only did he disrupt our plan, but Hei Yi, Yuan Hu, and the others also died at his hands. Hearing this, Yuan Shu gently put down the manual and stared at Banished Immortal. You're saying Hei Yi died? Banished Immortal hurriedly kowtowed. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one failed, please punish me. I'm asking you, Hei Yi died. Yes, Hei Yi was killed by Yi Hao with my Dao sword. This lowly one was going to die too, but in order to bring this news to young master, I sacrificed my right hand and escaped death. Yuan Shu stood up and asked coldly, he used my Dao sword. Did he suffer any backlash? Young master, he didn't. Moreover, he can use many powerful sword techniques, and his fusion with my Dao sword is very high. Ha! Yuan Shu wasn't angry, but smiled. Interesting, he didn't suffer any backlash from my Dao sword. It seems my Dao sword has its own master. Banished Immortal, tell me the entire story. Yes. In Yuan Mu's courtyard, a black-clothed man with a bronze mask quietly approached Yuan Mu's study. At this moment, Yuan Mu was sitting at his desk with a book in his hand. Even though he couldn't see, he was gently caressing it. How is it? Young master, Yi Hao didn't die. My Dao sword seems to have recognized him as its master. How so? When Yi Hao uses my Dao sword, he doesn't need to feed it with blood to unleash its great power without suffering any backlash. Oh, anything else? According to the spy report, when Yi Hao uses my Dao sword, his pupils turn from black to red. They are still red even now, as if they are on fire. Crimson pupils? Yuan Mu put down the book and walked to the window. He took a deep breath and said, I understand, continue to watch, don't expose our whereabouts. Yes. At the same time, Yuan Shu was shocked that Yi Hao was able to tame my Dao sword. He waved at Banished Immortal and said, keep an eye on Yuan Mu. If he does anything, immediately report to me. Chapter 14:21. Yes. The Banished Immortal responded. Then, he asked doubtfully, Mr. Shu, you're in charge of the Celestial Cloud Pavilion now. Yuan Mu is dispensable. Is there a need to do this? If I tell you to go, then go. If you continue to nag, I'll chop your head off. Yuan Shu kicked the Banished Immortal. The Banished Immortal responded and hurriedly ran out. After the Banished Immortal left, Yuan Shu touched his chin thoughtfully and muttered to himself, it seems that I should bring forward the Heavenly Street Convention. Tianyuan Empire, Tianyuan New City. Yi Hao looked at the white scroll in his hand thoughtfully. This white scroll had appeared when the Tianyuan Empire was promoted to a third-rank empire. Today, it appeared again. Of course, this also meant that the Tianyuan Empire had been promoted to a fourth-rank empire. During this period, Yi Hao had been busy subduing the forces that originally belonged to the Great Wu Empire. After a period of time, the Tianyuan Empire had reached the standard of a fourth-rank empire in terms of strength, population, and economy. Therefore, this scroll appeared again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of a fourth-rank empire. The system has been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. A new spiritual intelligence support function has been born. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Phoenix Dance of the Ninth Heaven Sword technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward of summoning 2 generals. Do you want to use it? The system's familiar voice appeared in Yi Hao's mind again. However, this time, there was a lot of information. He was a little confused. I won't use it for now. Got it. Then, a sword technique appeared in Yi Hao's mind. This sword technique is called Phoenix Dance of the Ninth Heaven. There are a total of 9 sword moves, from weak to strong. If the last sword move is mastered, it can match the full attack of a spirit monarch expert. Therefore, Master, please practice well. Don't let this sword technique down. Yi Hao listened to the familiar voice in his mind and nodded silently. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. A new spiritual intelligence has been born. Xia Haoshuan was a little surprised. This chaotic system, except for the beginning when he obtained it, could still talk to him. After that, it was all emotionless mechanical notifications. Now that a new intelligence was born, logically speaking, it was a good thing for the system. Xia Haoshuan did not forget that he shouldered the great responsibility of reviving the Chaos Realm. System, are you there? Yi Hao stood up and asked curiously. Yes, Master. Then why don't you explain to me what initial intelligence means? It means that I now have the basic ability to think and speak. I can communicate with Master normally. Yi Hao crossed his arms and said, Is this all you've got after leveling up? Are there any other special abilities? For example, allowing my cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, or allowing me to summon a bunch of subordinates. The system's voice was no longer the same. Instead, there was a slight fluctuation in it. You can't make a fatty with just one bite. You have to be down to earth. If you want to summon a general, you just have to complete the mission. TSK Yi Hao was greatly disappointed and said, even if you leveled up, there's nothing impressive about it. I'm only at this level. What else do you want me to do? But speaking of quests, they have indeed leveled up a lot. Yi Hao's interest was immediately piqued. He smiled and said, let's hear it. First, quests can now be issued directly. Then, Master will be able to see them. You can choose to complete the quests within the specified time to receive the corresponding rewards. It's no longer the same as before, when you complete random quests. That's interesting. What else? Second, the mall is now open. After Master completes the quests, he will receive the corresponding quest tokens. With enough quest tokens, he can buy whatever he wants in the mall. Sure, that sounds pretty good. Yi Hao smiled. Just as he was about to enter the mall to take a look, Sanyang walked in with a serious expression. Yi Hao saw Sanyang come in and stopped talking to the system. Instead, he asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Your Majesty." After Sanyang came in and saw Yi Hao's red eyes, she first asked, "What happened to your eyes?" "I can't figure it out. I don't know when it became like this. But it doesn't affect me much, so I didn't care too much." Sanyang nodded and then said with a serious expression, "There is indeed something, but it's not good news for us." As she spoke, Sanyang took out a piece of parchment. Yi Hao looked at the parchment and seemed to have thought of something. He asked, "Is it related to the Heavenly Street Convention?" He remembered that Elder Yin had mentioned this convention to him before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. "That's right." Sanyang opened the parchment and said slowly, "I don't know why, but this year's Heavenly Street Convention was brought forward. Originally, we had half a year to prepare, but now it seems that we only have 3 months. Yi Hao quickly finished reading the contents of the parchment and frowned. This is against me. This Heavenly Street Convention was a grand event jointly organized by the 3 great fifth-rank empires, the Qingshan Empire, the Raging Flame Empire, and the Full Moon Empire. The location was set to be in the Qingshan Empire. Yi Hao frowned and kept pacing back and forth in his room. In the past, the great fourth-rank empires and even the great fifth-rank empires would send their most powerful people to participate in the Heavenly Street Convention. Firstly, it was to make friends through martial arts. Secondly, it was to show the other empires the strength of their empires and establish their authority. Of course, there were even more people who went for the rewards of the Heavenly Street Convention. Originally, Tian Yuan didn't need to attend, but who knew that Tian Yuan would become a fourth-rank empire, so they had no choice but to participate. Yi Hao originally planned to cultivate for 3 months and increase everyone's strength. They would participate when the Heavenly Street Convention was about to begin. He didn't think that the convention would be brought forward. It was obvious that they were against him. Sanyang asked softly, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" "Gather everyone in the meeting hall." "Yes." Sanyang had just left when the system's familiar voice sounded in Yi Hao's head. "Master, you must participate in this Heavenly Street Convention." "What?" Yi Hao was puzzled. "Why is that?" "Because participating in the Heavenly Street Convention and becoming the champion is your main mission. If you can't complete this mission, you won't be able to activate the following missions." "Why do I feel that the birth of intelligence isn't as good as before?" Yi Hao was a little speechless. "Master, don't worry. Other than the main mission, there will also be side missions. Master, as long as you complete the mission, you will be able to obtain rewards. It will be very beneficial to Master's cultivation. Let me see the mission." Chapter 14:22. Sure enough, as the system had said, there were a lot of good things, including magic weapons, elixirs, cultivation methods, and summoning orders used to summon generals. It seemed that it had recovered a lot of its previous functions. It was much better than random rewards. This made him very happy. After all, the stronger the system was, the stronger he was. "Master, there are still 3 months before the Heavenly Street Convention. Master must hurry up." After that, the system went silent, and his mind became a lot quieter. Yi Hao collected his thoughts and came to the main hall. Everyone saw Yi Hao preparing to salute, but Yi Hao interrupted them and went straight to the point. "I think Sanyang has just told you. I want to know, what do you think?" After Yi Hao finished speaking, everyone was silent. Because this news came too suddenly, and it was extremely unfavorable to the Tianyuan Empire. "Your Majesty, I think we should give up participating in this convention." The 1,000-pill ancestor stood in the main hall and said, "This convention has been brought forward, and we are not well prepared. It will be difficult for us to perform well. Therefore, I suggest we don't go." After the 1,000-pill ancestor finished speaking, a group of people immediately came out to respond to him, saying they would not go. At this time, Zhu Dong also stood up and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, I don't agree. This Heavenly Street Convention is a grand event of the ancient demon realm. If we don't go, wouldn't the people of the other empires look down on us? This will have a huge impact on our newly established prestige." After Zhu Dong finished speaking, a group of people immediately responded behind him and supported him. Yi Hao quietly watched the 2 groups of people arguing in the court, and was not in a hurry to express his position. Yi Hao looked at Sanyang and the Snow Emperor, asking for their opinions. Sanyang's point of view was the same as Zhu Dong's, insisting on going, while the Snow Emperor's point of view was the same as the 1,000-pill ancestors, insisting on not going. For a while, the 2 were in a deadlock. "Well, don't quarrel." After Yi Hao finished speaking, the people arguing in the main hall quieted down. Yi Hao thought about it carefully and said, "What the 1,000 elixir ancestor said makes sense. If we go, it will only have a great impact on the strength of the Tianyuan Empire. The loss outweighs the gain." At this time, the 1,000-pill ancestor glanced at Zhu Dong triumphantly. Zhu Dong was silent, his face red with anger. But Yi Hao continued, Judong is right. If we don't go, it'll be a blow to the prestige we've worked so hard to build up. It'll cause unrest among the people. At this time, Judong turned to the 1,000-pill ancestor, who was stunned on the spot, and gloated. However, everyone in the main hall was dumbfounded. It was right to go, but it was also right not to go. Should they go or not? Yi Hao made up his mind. He stood up and said loudly, I've decided. I'll go. Ha ha, 1,000-pill ancestor, you've lost. Judong could not help but laugh out loud, while the 1,000-pill ancestor curled his lips and ignored him. In the next second, Yi Hao's words made both of them dumbfounded. However, I will be going alone. None of you are allowed to go. Your Majesty, you can't, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this trip is dangerous. You are the king of the Qianyuan Empire. How can you take the risk alone? Your Majesty, please think twice. As soon as Yi Hao said this, everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground and began to persuade him. Yi Hao smiled slightly. He stretched out his right hand, and a fiery red long sword appeared in his hand. He glanced at the people in the hall and asked, the question is, who can beat me now? Everyone was stunned. Yi Hao continued, since none of you can beat me, I will be the person with the highest cultivation in the Qianyuan Empire. If I don't go, who will? Yi Hao had 2 reasons to go. One was because of the main task of the system, and the other was for the future development of the Qianyuan Empire. Everyone looked at Yi Hao, who was holding the Wu Dao sword and standing in the hall, and had to bow their heads in submission. In the Battle of the Dense Forest, Yi Hao fought 4 people alone, killed a 1st-level Spirit Emperor, 2 2nd-level Spirit Emperors, and seriously injured a 4th-level Spirit Emperor. Yi Hao's battle record had long been widely known in the Qianyuan Empire. For a time, the reputation of Yi Hao of the Qianyuan Empire began to resound in the surrounding empires. The surrounding 4th-level empires no longer dared to look down on this newly risen empire, and the surrounding 3rd-level empires no longer dared to provoke the Qianyuan Empire. They only hoped that the Qianyuan Empire would not find trouble with them. Everyone in the hall asked themselves, if they were in the same situation as Yi Hao, no one could do what Yi Hao did. Now Yi Hao was truly the strongest person in the Qianyuan Empire. Looking at Yi Hao's figure, San Yang felt a little emotional. Back then, Yi Hao was still a little cultivator in the spiritual heaven realm who needed her to take care of him. Now, she had to look up to him. In the future, it would be even harder for her to catch up with Yi Hao. Yi Hao put away the Wu Dao sword and said in a deep voice, I know you are all doing this for the Qianyuan Empire. This idea was also decided after I weighed the pros and cons. San Yang. Yes. During my absence, everything in the new Qianyuan city will be handed over to you. If there is anything important or urgent, just send a message. If you can't reach me, send someone to the Qingshan Empire to find me. Yes. The 1,000-pill ancestor hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and said, Your Majesty, are you really not going to consider bringing a few more people? No need. Yi Hao shook his head gently and said, Although I have a grudge with the Immortal Cloud Pavilion of the Qingshan Empire, the Immortal Cloud Pavilion is only a force in the Qingshan Empire. I only need to be more vigilant. If I bring followers, it will be too obvious and easy to be exposed. Therefore, I have decided to go alone. Yes. Yi Hao glanced at the crowd and said, I will set off in 3 days, but don't come to see me off. Also, you need to create a false impression that I, Yi Hao, am still in the new Qianyuan city and have not left. This is also a kind of deterrence. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, during this time, we have successively annexed the Beast-Sealed Empire, the Snowwind Empire, and the Great Wu Empire. An endless stream of heavenly treasures will be sent to the new Qianyuan city. I hope that when we meet again, everyone will have improved. Do you understand? We understand. We will not disappoint Your Majesty. Very good. Yi Hao waved his hand gently and said, That is all. Shinshin, stay. Court is dismissed. Therefore, the crowd quietly left. Soon, only Yin Shinshin and Yi Hao were left in the hall. Yi Hao looked at the silent Yin Shinshin and quietly walked over. He said softly, I know you are worried about me, but I have a reason to go to the heavenly street meeting this time. And once I succeed, the strength of the Qianyuan Empire will increase a lot. Not only will I be able to protect you, but I will also be able to protect the ordinary people who have always regarded me as a god. This is my responsibility. Yes. Yin Xinshin held back her tears and said, Brother Yi Hao, promise me that you will return safely. Chapter 14:23. Of course. Yi Hao gently stroked Yin Xinshin's forehead and smiled. To tell you the truth, the person who can take my life hasn't been born yet. Haha, you're just bragging. It's true, I'm not lying to you. 3 days later, a black-clothed, ordinary-looking young man with a spatial ring on his finger walked out of the southern gate of Qianyuan New City. The ordinary young man glanced back at the familiar city walls, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He strode away, beginning this journey that was destined to be extraordinary. After the young man left, a red figure appeared on the south gate's wall. That figure looked in the direction where Yi Hao left and said with tears in her eyes, Brother Yi Hao, you must return safely. Xin will wait for you here. At the entrance of the southern city gate, there was an enchanting figure in purple clothes. That figure was also looking in the direction that Yi Hao had left in. However, her expression was extremely determined as she muttered, Your Majesty, I hope that the next time I return, the entire Devil region will be filled with your name. That day, a woman in red stood on the city walls and looked in the distance, hoping that the emperor would return safely. That day, a woman in purple stood at the city gates and sent him off, hoping that the emperor's name would spread far and wide. After Yi Hao left Qianyuan New City, he looked at the system's mission. He definitely couldn't touch the main mission now, so he could only complete some side missions. He happened to see a mission to kill a black dragon in the Earthlung mountain range, so he accepted it. This was because the Earthlung mountain range was on his path. Yi Hao made up his mind. While he was on his way to the Qingshan Empire, he would continue to complete side missions to increase his strength. System: when did a black dragon appear in the Earthlung mountain range? Master: the Earthlung mountain range is within the Qianyuan territory. That dragon has been there for a long time, so the dragon is wantonly attacking people in your territory. On the way to the Earthlung mountain range, Yi Hao felt rather bored, so he chatted with the system. There seems to be someone in front. Yi Hao saw a group of people in front of him. They were 2 men and a woman, and they were attacking him. He also rushed over. He was also helpless. Even now, his problem of not being able to recognize the way still existed. One of them, a tall man with a giant axe, looked at Yi Hao with an unfriendly expression and asked, Stop, who are you? When Yi Hao saw the tall man waving the giant axe in his hand, he quickly explained, Brother, don't be agitated. My name is Yisan Gao. I'm just here to ask for directions. Yisan Gao? Another handsome man holding a folding fan was attracted by Yi Hao's name. He asked with a smile, This name is a bit interesting. What's its origin? Speaking of which, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. My original name is not Yisan Gao. It's just that I felt that my previous name didn't sound good, so I changed it. As for the name San Gao, it's very simple. My heart is higher than the sky, my life is higher than the mountain, and that's why I'm higher than the pine tree. TSK, this little brother looks ordinary, but he's full of secrets. The handsome man waved his fan and said with a smile. At this time, the woman in the group of 3 walked over with a cold face and said, If you want to ask for directions, hurry up. Don't delay our journey. Yi Hao looked at the woman in front of him. She had a good figure and a good appearance, but she looked a little cold. When the tall man saw Yi Hao's eyes looking at the woman, he shouted angrily, Yisan Gao, where are you looking at? Yi Hao hurriedly explained, It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I just wanted to ask, how do I get to the Earthlung mountain range? Earthlung mountain range? Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Yi Hao looked at the 3 of them with a smile and said, Yes, I heard that an evil dragon appeared in the Earthlung mountain range and injured many people, so I'm preparing to go there. The cold woman looked at Yi Hao and said coldly, That evil dragon has the strength of a 3rd-level spiritual emperor, and it's transforming today. It's preparing to break through to the 4th level spiritual emperor. You're only a 2nd level spiritual emperor, and you want to go there alone to die. Yi Hao was not angry when he heard this. He said jokingly, although I'm not strong enough, my master has taught me since I was young that it's the duty of us cultivators to be chivalrous. Now that the evil dragon has appeared, even if my cultivation is not strong enough, how can I sit back and do nothing? You little boy, you don't look old, but you talk like an old teacher in a private school. The tall man paused and said, however, this is a matter of life and death. I advise you not to go. I don't think so. The handsome man closed his fan and said gently, this little brother wants to get rid of the evil dragon and benefit the people, so we can't hurt his confidence. To be honest, the 3 of us are also going to the Earthlung mountain range to look for the evil dragon. Little brother, you can come with us. Yi Hao didn't even think about it and directly agreed. He was bored on the way, and it was good to find a few people to relieve his boredom. As for the evil dragon, he really didn't care much about it. The handsome man turned to look at his 2 companions. The icy woman snorted coldly and didn't say anything. She went on her way alone. The tall man first glanced angrily at the extremely handsome man, then shook his head at Yi Hao and went in pursuit of the icy woman. The handsome man also set off on his way. He waved at Yi Hao and said, Brother Sangao, follow me. What are you waiting for? Yi Hao replied brightly, wait for me, I'm coming. However, he thought to himself, these people are quite interesting. Along the way, the 4 of them talked and laughed. The handsome man also introduced them to him. The cold woman was called Yi Yi. Her parents died when she was young, so she was an orphan. A few years ago, her master, who grew up with her, went to the Earthlung mountain range to look for elixirs and was killed by the evil dragon. In order to avenge her dead master, Yi Yi promised that she, Yi Yi, would marry whoever could kill the evil dragon. The tall man was called Hong Yang. He was a 3rd level spiritual emperor and was a famous master in this area. He was also Yi Yi's suitor. The handsome man was called Lin Ying. He was not from the Tianyuan Empire, but was the son of a big family in the Yueluan Empire. One time, he accidentally saw Yi Yi's stunning appearance and fell in love with her at first sight. He wanted to marry no one else but her, so he followed her to the Earthlung mountain range. During the journey, he also madly pursued Yi Yi, but Yi Yi was still indifferent. One day, the 4 of them came to the outskirts of the Earthlung mountain range. As usual, the sky was getting dark. Lin Ying suggested that it was more dangerous to stay in the mountains at night, so they rested for the night. Yi Hao found a big tree and just as he leaned against it, Lin Ying came over with a smile. Sangao, go ahead and find out the situation. Catch a magical beast and get some food. Chapter 1424. Before Yi Hao could move, Hong Yang stood up and said angrily, Lin Ying, you have hands and feet. Why don't you go yourself? Lin Ying snorted, I'm tired after walking for a whole day. I don't want to go. Then he looked at Yi Hao coldly, Brother Sangao, if it weren't for my help, you wouldn't have been able to come to the Earthlung mountain range. Why, you don't want to help me? Hong Yang suddenly stood up and said, Brother Sangao, he has hands and feet. Let him go himself. Hong Yang, are you crazy? I asked Yi Sangao to help me. What does it have to do with you? Is that the way you ask for help? If you don't like it, you can go with him. Fine, I'll go. Hong Yang walked over angrily. Yi Hao didn't want to talk to Lin Ying at first, but when he saw Hong Yang go, he had to follow him. After Hong Yang and Yi Hao left, Lin Ying's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. Hong Yang said angrily, that Lin Ying is too much. Yi Hao said with a smile, he's just a clown. Why bother with him? Hong Yang glanced at Yi Hao and said, Lin Ying is a bastard. My cultivation is much higher than his. I'll definitely kill that two-faced guy with my own hands. On the way back, Hong Yang's expression was very serious. He looked at the thin Yi Hao and said, Sangao, actually, when we first started, there were more than 100 people. Huh? What do you mean? Yi is very beautiful and has a lot of suitors, so there were a lot of people in our team at the beginning. Then why are there only 3 of you left? At first, I was also puzzled. I don't know why, but every day when I woke up, I would find that there were a few people missing. It was like this every day. Later, I found that every time there were a few people missing, Lin Ying's smile would become more and more presumptuous, and Yi would frown more and more. In the end, there were only 3 third-level spirit emperors left, so I understood. Yi Hao quickly thought about it and said, Brother Hong San, you mean that those people who died were all killed by Lin Ying? Hong Yang didn't say anything. He held the kettle and walked forward silently. Yi Hao muttered as a mocking sneer appeared on his face. It's also possible that it wasn't Shadow Killer Lin. Before Yi Hao and Yi Qianqian got close to the camp, they heard the sounds of fighting. Before Yi Hao could speak, Hong Yang's expression changed drastically as he rushed over. Yi Hao hurriedly followed behind him. By the time Yi Hao arrived, Yi was injured for some reason and was being held in the arms of Lin Ying, who was surrounded by masked men. Just as Yi Hao was about to pull Hong Yang back and ask him to wait, Hong Yang had already rushed out. Yi Hao had no choice but to follow him out. Stop, don't hurt Yi. When the masked men saw Hong Yang attacking, they panicked for a moment and didn't know what to do. The attentive Yi Hao noticed that not only were the masked men a little flustered, but Lin Ying, who was bravely fighting the enemy, was also a little flustered. Yi Hao smiled playfully and slowly approached the masked men. Hong Yang rushed into the crowd as if there was no one around him. The masked men immediately suffered heavy losses. Perhaps they were intimidated by Hong Yang's ferocity, but the masked men finally thought of retreating. Lin Ying also looked relieved. Hong Yang rushed to Yi and asked anxiously, Yi, how are you? Yi struggled out of Lin Ying's arms and leaned against a big tree. Her face was pale as she said, I'm fine. I was just careless and was attacked. I'll be fine after some rest. With that, Yi took an elixir and leaned against the tree to rest. Hong Yang stood guard beside her and didn't move half a step. Yi Hao approached unhurriedly and handed the kettle in his hand to Lin Ying. Unexpectedly, Lin Ying took the kettle and threw it directly at Yi Hao. He asked sternly, Third High Yi, let me ask you, did you send these people? Yi Hao looked at him with some amusement. Are you crazy? How can you accuse me like that? I don't have a strong background like you. How can I have so many masked killers as my subordinates? Aren't you flattering me too much? During this period of time, who else but you were not with us when we went out alone? You must have leaked the news and caused the killers to attack. Idiot, I left alone because I was controlled by you. If I leaked the news, wouldn't you be the mastermind? Aren't you shooting yourself in the foot? How dare you scold me? Enough. Just as Lin Ying was about to speak again, Yi said with a cold face, I believe this has nothing to do with Third High Yi. Stop arguing. Rest for the night. We will enter the mountain tomorrow. Lin Ying looked at Yi Hao with a livid expression. Then, he found a place far away from Yi Hao and the other 2 to rest. Yi Hao chuckled and came to Hong Yang's side. The fire was getting smaller and smaller, and the sky was getting darker and darker. In the dead of night, there was suddenly a partridge's cry. Lin Ying quietly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Hao and the other 2 who were sleeping soundly. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. Just as Lin Ying quietly left, Yi Hao opened his eyes. He walked in the direction Lin Ying left in and soon found him in a forest. Yi Hao observed carefully and found that Lin Ying wasn't alone. Opposite him was a masked man in black. This masked man was one of the masked men who had tried to kill them earlier. Yi Hao sneered, as expected, I was wondering how a young master from such a big family could have no bodyguards. It seems that the fight earlier was a self-directed act of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Also, the disappearance of those people earlier should be the work of his subordinates. Although Yi Hao was far away, the conversation between Lin Ying and the masked man clearly reached Yi Hao's ears. You pieces of trash. Didn't I ask you to deal with Yi Sangao and Hong Yang? Even if Hong Yang is strong, he should be able to buy some time. Young master, please don't be angry. The masked man in black knelt on the ground. Trash, trash, trash. Lin Ying kicked the masked man. As if he felt that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, he kicked him a few more times. Only then did he angrily say, "My plan to save the damsel in distress was about to succeed, but it was all ruined by those two fellows who suddenly rushed out. This is really infuriating. Tell the person responsible for the attack to come and see me." This. The masked man sounded hesitant. "What's wrong?" "I told him to come see me. Didn't you hear me? Young master, they are all dead." Chapter 14:25. What? Lin Ying froze on the spot and muttered to himself, "That can't be. Even if they're no match for him, they shouldn't all be dead. What's going on?" The masked man continued, "Our men all had their throats slit by a sword. It's a sword wound." "A sword wound?" Lin Ying was puzzled. Hongyang doesn't use a sword, but Yi does. "But she's with me. Could it be that trashy Sangao? That can't be. He shouldn't be that strong. Master, it might be a hidden master." Lin Ying's eyes narrowed and his expression turned serious. Yi Hao was also very confused. It turned out that Lin Ying had sent people to ambush by the river. But why did those people all die silently? Even if they were killing people, there should at least be some noise. Yi Hao and Hong Yang didn't hear anything during the whole process. It could only mean that this person was very strong. Yi Hao wondered, who is this person? He helped secretly, which means he's not an enemy. Could he be someone from Tianyuan New City? That's impossible. If he was from Tianyuan New City, he would have found out. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, this person didn't have any ill intentions towards them for the time being. At this moment, Lin Ying's expression was a bit ferocious. He looked at the masked man on the ground and said, "I don't care who he is. Take your men and set up an ambush on our path. This time, I'm going to kill those two damn guys." "Master, aren't you going to wait?" "No. A long night is fraught with problems." "Yes." Then the masked man disappeared into the night. Lin Ying returned to his smiling face and prepared to go back early to avoid arousing suspicion. Yi Hao chuckled and quietly followed behind the masked man who had just left. The masked man was very cautious as he shuttled through the woods. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the base camp. All the masked men who had participated in the fake show were here. Yi Hao quietly appeared with Wu Dao's sword in his hand. A one-sided massacre began. Lin Ying stretched and glanced at Yi Hao and the others who were lying nearby. She chuckled softly before falling into a sweet dream. As soon as Lin Ying lay down, Yi Hao opened his eyes. He recalled Wu Dao's sword, which was still stained with blood, and put it away in his space ring. He smiled deeply before he began snoring loudly. Early the next morning, the four of them officially set off towards the depths of the Earthlung Mountains. Along the way, Yi Hao's, Lin Ying's strange. Hong Yang said to Yi Hao, "Did Lin Ying take the wrong medicine? She can't stop laughing this early in the morning." As for Yi, her attention had been focused on the evil dragon in the Earthlung Mountains the entire time, so she did not pay much attention to Lin Ying's changes. Very soon, the four of them arrived at an extremely spacious grassland covered in weeds. At this moment, Lin Ying suggested, "It's still early. Let's rest here." Yi glanced at the distance and said coldly, "Didn't you just say that it's still early? Since it's still early, we should hurry. Otherwise, we'll waste a lot of time if we can't reach the depths of the mountains at night." "That's right. If you want to rest, you can rest when we get there," Hong Yang added. "I don't care. I'm tired. I want to rest." Lin Ying directly sat down on the grass, refusing to leave no matter what. Rich people really are rich. They can't even take this much hardship." Hong Yang snorted coldly and said, If he doesn't want to go, we'll go." Go. Lin Ying lay on the grass and said proudly, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Without me, you might not be able to defeat that evil dragon." Yi Hao said in a hurry, "Yeah, since we came together, we should leave together." Yi glanced at Lin Ying, who refused to leave no matter what, and said, "All right, we'll rest for a while before we leave." Hong Yang said nothing. He directly sat down beside Yi. Yi Hao glanced at Lin Ying deeply and thought, I know what you're waiting for. Just keep waiting. No matter how long you wait, you won't appear. An hour later, Lin Ying remained seated on the ground. However, he was no longer as calm as before. He became extremely anxious, looking left and right. Apart from Yi Hao, no one knew what he was looking at. Hong Yang said impatiently, It's already been an hour. Lin Ying, are you leaving or not? Let's wait a little longer, Lin Ying said perfunctorily. Wait. What are we waiting for? It'll be dark if we wait any longer. Yi obviously couldn't sit still. Perhaps it was because the closer they got to the evil dragon, the more anxious she became. She said, Lin Ying, you said you were tired, so we rested for an hour. If you still don't want to leave, we won't keep you company. All right. Lin Ying said, let's go. There's no need to be angry. Then, the four of them set off into the depths of the mountains. Lin Ying would never have thought that the group of subordinates who secretly followed him were all killed by Yi Hao last night. The closer they got to the depths of the mountains, the fewer magical beasts they encountered. However, although they encountered fewer magical beasts, they were getting stronger and stronger. Just now, 2 magical beasts of the 2nd level of the Spirit Emperor realm passed by them. If Yi and Hong Yang hadn't released their cultivation of the 3rd level of the Spirit Emperor realm, they would have fought with those 2 magical beasts. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at the center of the Earthlung Mountains. There was a huge lake there. Yi Hao looked at the endless lake and asked, This is a lake. Is that evil dragon a flood dragon? Lin Ying looked at him as if he was an idiot. You don't know anything and you dare to follow us. You're really not afraid of death. Hong Yang explained to Yi Hao patiently, That's right. That evil dragon is indeed a flood dragon. Every once in a while, the flood dragon would go on a killing spree in the village at the foot of the mountain. Over time, no one dared to live at the foot of the mountain. So the flood dragon ran to a town further away to make trouble. There were countless casualties. Yi continued Hong Yang's words. Then no one did anything? Yi Hao asked. Did anything? Lin Ying laughed and said, You're from the Qianyuan Empire. Don't you know that the Qianyuan Empire is a newly established empire? This flood dragon is of the 3rd level of the Spirit Emperor realm. The Emperor of the Qianyuan Empire is only of the 2nd level. He has a few masters of the 3rd level with him, but does he dare to send them to their deaths? Hearing this, Yi Hao fell into silence. Not only Yi Hao, but also Yi and Hong Yang, who were citizens of the Qianyuan Empire, fell into silence. Chapter 1426. Suddenly, the entire lake shook. The water surface broke open, and a huge dragon covered with black scales emerged from the bottom of the water. Lin Ying looked at the black dragon hovering in the sky and was shocked. She said in a hoarse voice, Yi, you lied to us. You said that the dragon was only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Emperor realm and was about to transform into a dragon, but it has already grown a dragon horn and reached the 4th level of the Spirit Emperor realm. Yi's face was cold. She didn't speak, but her eyes were staring at the black dragon hovering in the air. Hong Yang took out the giant axe with a heavy face and said to Yi Hao, Brother Sanjiao, this dragon is powerful. You should leave as soon as possible. Yi Hao heard the words, but he didn't move. Instead, he smiled and said, Brother Hong San, someone won't let me leave now. Am I right, Missy? Yi heard Yi Hao's words, but her expression was cold. She didn't speak. At this moment, Lin Ying suddenly retreated frantically. Yi suddenly pulled out her long sword and stabbed it into the ground. Lin Ying's frantically retreating figure suddenly stopped. Lin Ying looked at her feet surrounded by ice and yelled at Yi. Yi, are you crazy? You are going to die. I don't want to follow you. You can leave, but what about all the lives you've killed? Yi turned her head and looked at Lin Ying coldly. As soon as Lin Ying made eye contact with her, she hurriedly retracted her gaze and evaded. What did you say? I don't understand. Hong Yang stood beside Yi Hao with a blank face. Yi Hao smiled and said, It seems that Missy already knew that someone's little trick was seen by her. I'm afraid that someone's self-directed hero saving the beauty is also a child's play in her eyes. Aren't you hiding it too? You were quite impressive when you killed people last night. Yi didn't deny Yi Hao's words. She looked at Yi Hao and sneered. What do you mean? Hong Yang was even more confused. The amount of information was a bit too much for him to digest all at once. Did you kill my people? Lin Ying was shocked by Yi Hao's words. She glared at Yi Hao in disbelief. That's impossible. You're only a second-level spiritual emperor. How is that possible? And you were there when I came back last night. How could you have gone out? Yi sheathed her sword and slapped Lin Ying's face. Lin Ying couldn't help but fly towards the dragon in the sky. Before Lin Ying was sent flying, he clearly heard Yi scold him as an idiot. He was dumbfounded. It turned out that Yi had been concealing her strength all along the way. If it wasn't for that, how could she have easily slapped him flying? Yi turned her head and looked coldly at Yi Hao and Hong Yang. She said softly, "Are you going to do it yourselves, or should I do it myself?" While Hong Yang was still in a daze, Yi Hao had already turned around and flew straight towards the flood dragon in the sky. Before he left, he didn't forget to smile meaningfully at Hong Yang. "Third brother Hong, what are you waiting for? If we don't do anything, Missy won't let us go." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Hong Yang suddenly understood. He looked at the indifferent Yi with a complicated expression. Then, he lifted the giant axe in his hand and flew into the sky. Yi crossed her arms and looked at the three people and one dragon fighting in the sky. Her lips curled into a mocking sneer. Lin Ying was the first to passively challenge the flood dragon in the sky. Then it was Yi Hao and Hong Yang who were passively attacked. The flood dragon looked at the three black dots in front of it and was very angry. This group of people had already disturbed its peace, and now they even dared to come in front of it and provoke its dragon power. Therefore, it was furious. It clawed forward, wanting to tear these three ignorant black dots into pieces. The three of them hurriedly retreated, not wanting to fight it head-on. You love to read, right? After Lin Ying retreated, he quickly ran away, wanting to get away from this troublesome place. Before he could take 2 steps, he was slapped back again. He looked angrily at Yi, who had just returned to the ground, and his heart was filled with unspeakable anger. Yi Hao smiled and comforted him. "Don't struggle. Yi has the cultivation of a 4th-level spiritual emperor. With your ability, you can't escape. Just focus on dealing with the evil dragon. If you defeat the evil dragon, maybe that person will let you go." "Defeat the evil dragon?" Lin Ying snorted. "I'm afraid that even if I defeat the evil dragon, she still won't let me go. This damn bitch, don't wait for me to escape. Otherwise, I'll make sure she dies a horrible death." Is not a bitch. Hong Yang abandoned the evil dragon and swung his axe at Lin Ying, who was speaking viciously. "Are you crazy? The one who trapped us here is Yi. Even so, she has her difficulties. What difficulties does she have? Hong Yang, you're still speaking for her at this time. You're really incorrigible. No matter what, you have no right to scold her." Just as the two were arguing, the flood dragon swung its tail and swung it over. Yi Hao grabbed Hong Yang's collar and easily dodged the flood dragon's attack. Unfortunately, Lin Ying was not so lucky. The flood dragon's huge strength sent him flying. He hit the surface of the lake and sank to the bottom. Then, Lin Ying flew out from the bottom of the lake and met the flood dragon's sharp claws. Lin Ying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at Yi, who had just returned to the shore, "Yi, don't go too far." Yi's response was still indifferent. "I told you not to struggle." "Focusing on dealing with the evil dragon is the right thing to do," Yi Hao said casually from the side. "Brat, what right do you have to say that to me? Yi is fine, but you're not worthy." With that, Lin Ying threw a palm forward. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao stepped on his face and he quickly fell to the bottom of the lake. Hong Yang looked at Yi Hao in surprise and said, "Brother San Jiao, so you've been hiding your strength too." Lin Ying, who had just been thrown out from the bottom of the lake by Yi, was really scared now. He covered his swollen handsome face and did not dare to say another word. Yi Hao reached out with his right hand and a fiery red sword appeared in his hand. He faced the flood dragon and flew forward. He laughed and said, "How can we not have some tricks up our sleeves?" Yi Hao smiled and held out his sword. He said softly, "Phoenix dances in the ninth heaven, sword 1, Phoenix emerges." Yi Hao flew into the air and gently waved the Wu Dao sword in his hand. Then, a fiery red phoenix slowly opened its eyes behind him. Ding dong, congratulations to Master for using the first move of Phoenix dances in the ninth heaven. You're rewarded with a cloud chasing pill. Then, the fiery red phoenix flapped its wings and flew toward the roaring flood dragon. On the shore, Yi Yi looked seriously at Yi Hao's sword technique. She felt that the power of Yi Hao's sword technique was close to the peak attack of a third-level spiritual emperor. Chapter 14:27. In fact, she did have a master, but he did not die at the hands of the flood dragon. Instead, he died at the hands of a powerful force. For this reason, she could only work hard to cultivate and avenge her master. Recently, she had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, so she wanted to use the Dragon Ball to break through the bottleneck. That was why she set up such a big game of chess. However, she did not expect that Lin Ying would be so intolerant of others that there were only 4 people left in the mighty team. However, the development of the situation was still under her control, so she was happy to watch from the sidelines. Hong Yang and Lin Ying, who were closer, were far more shocked than Yi Yi. At the same time, the two of them had a feeling that if this sword style was used on them, they would definitely die. Yi Hao sheathed his sword and stood up straight. His fiery red eyes were burning with the desire to fight. Along the way, Yi Hao not only did chores like collecting firewood and water, but also secretly practiced the moves of Phoenix dances in the ninth heaven. Previously, he had only heard the system bragging about how powerful Phoenix dances in the ninth heaven was, but he had not tried it himself. This time, he could use the flood dragon to test it. Roar. The black flood dragon seemed to have felt a great threat. With a roar, several water pillars shot up into the sky from the lake. These water pillars intersected with each other, forming a huge water shield in front of the flood dragon. As soon as the fire phoenix touched the water shield, the huge water shield turned into steam and disappeared. The flood dragon stretched out its claws and fought with the burning phoenix. After a few rounds, the phoenix cried out sadly and was torn apart by the flood dragon. Roar. After tearing the phoenix apart, the flood dragon roared at Yi Hao proudly. Hong Yang shouted, "Brother Sangao, be careful." Seeing the flood dragon, Yi Hao retreated instead of advancing. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Good, evil beast, die." Holding the sword with both hands, he flew to the flood dragon's head and stabbed it. Unexpectedly, the flood dragon's scales were too hard. Instead of piercing through, he was slapped down by the flood dragon's claws and smashed to the shore with a dragon tail swing. Yi Yi, who was on the shore, saw Yi Hao flying towards her. Without any explanation, she lifted her leg and kicked Yi Hao into the mouth of the flood dragon. Yi Hao's whole body spun in the air. He could not escape the flood dragon's bloody mouth. Seeing that Yi Hao was about to fly into the flood dragon's mouth, Hong Yang held a giant axe and chopped at the flood dragon's head. The flood dragon's head, Hong Yang, immediately, fly behind Yi Hao's body. "Haha, I told you, that B*TCH is a B*TCH, Lin Ying, looking at Yi Hao's hands, and began to ridicule him. Lin, Hong Yang said, "Yi, Lin Yang's Yang, Yi, Hong Yang, Yi's Lin, Lin's, Hong Yang, Yi, kick, of Lin Yang kill Yi attack." Yi Hao, who had attacked in anger, didn't stop there. He dodged the flood dragon's attack and kicked Lin Ying hard. Just like that, Lin Ying was like a rubber ball, spinning back and forth under Yi Hao and Yi's feet. "Brother San Jiao, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Forgive me, I won't say anything bad about you again. If this goes on, I'll be crippled. Brother San Jiao, please forgive me." Hong Yang looked at Lin Ying's wailing appearance and smiled like a flower. "Chumph, who asked you to speak nonsense? You deserve it." Obviously, He was very satisfied that Yi Hao stood up for him. Roar! The flood dragon stretched out its claw. Yi Hao hurriedly dodged, but Lin Ying was kicked into the air by Yi Yi. Lin Ying, who was still spinning in the air, was slapped to the ground by the flood dragon. At this time, the flood dragon seemed to be a little abnormal. It was no longer as calm as before and began to take the initiative to attack more often. At the same time, Yi Hao also noticed that there was a trace of lightning on the flood dragon's body. On the shore, after Yi Yi kicked Lin Ying into the air, she also noticed this slight change. She said with a serious expression, "Not good, the flood dragon is about to transform. If it succeeds, its strength will increase greatly. Then we won't be its match." After Yi Yi said that, the flood dragon began to attack everywhere. It was as if it could not be disturbed when it was about to transform. Therefore, it wanted to kill all the troublemakers one by one before that happened. Yi Hao dodged the flood dragon's attack and said, "If you want to transform and evolve, you have to get my permission first." Yi Hao raised his Wu Dao sword. The sword shone with a red light and gradually, the shadows of 2 fire phoenixes appeared behind Yi Hao. A smile appeared on Yi Hao's face as he shouted, "Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens, second move, Phoenix Birth." Yi Hao gently thrust out his Wu Dao sword, and the 2 fire phoenixes charged towards the black flood dragon that was spitting out lightning. Lin Ying and Hong Yang, who had just stood still, could not stand this strong power and retreated slightly. Yi Yi, who was on the shore, finally pulled out her sword. It was a Cloud Soul sword that looked soft but was abnormally hard. Yi Yi held the Cloud Soul sword tightly and aimed at the target in the sky. But her target was not the flood dragon that was fighting with the phoenixes. Instead, it was Yi Hao who had just used up most of his spirit energy and was trying to recover. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for using the second move of Phoenix Dance 9th Heaven. The reward is a golden silk soft armor. Spirit Emperor level golden silk soft armor? Yi Hao was puzzled. Then, he felt a layer of soft but hard armor under his clothes. At this time, a sense of danger rose in his heart. Yi Hao raised his left hand and put a pill to his mouth. Just as he did this, he saw Yi Yi, who had been biding her time on the shore, appear in front of him. Yi Yi's expression was calm as she stabbed her sword. Cloud Soul spell, go die. Yi Hao could have dodged this move, but for some reason, after being locked onto by the sword, his body froze and he could not move. Yi Yi's sword pierced Yi Hao's abdomen, and an ice-cold chill invaded Yi Hao's internal organs. Yi Hao, who was stabbed, was smashed into the bottom of the lake and disappeared. After Yi Yi stabbed Yi Hao to death, she looked at Lin Ying and Hong Yang as if nothing had happened. Lin Ying met her gaze and felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Just as she had the thought of running away, it was cut off. And Hong Yang, who met Yi Yi's gaze, felt very unfamiliar. This was a completely different person from the Yi Yi who had accompanied them all the way. Although she was cold, she was talking and laughing. Yi Yi held the Cloud Soul sword and looked at the phoenix shadow that was fighting with the flood dragon. With a bang, the phoenix shadow instantly collapsed. Yi Yi said coldly to Lin Ying and Hong Yang, "You can choose to run, but I can guarantee that you will die a worse death than Yisan Gao." Chapter 1428. Hearing this, Lin Ying's face was filled with fear while Hong Yang's face turned serious. Yi Yi snorted and stepped forward with her sword in hand. Perhaps without the supervision of their master, the 2 fire phoenixes, whose combined strength was enough to fight against a 4th-level spirit emperor, began to lose their strength. Soon, they were torn into pieces by the ferocious flood dragon. Although the flood dragon won, it was not in a good situation. Its strength had been depleted by 60 to 70%, but it did not forget to show its competitive nature and roared to show off its strength to Yi Hao. Unfortunately, Yi Hao was no longer there. What welcomed it was a cold and emotionless sword. The long sword cut through the hard scales on the flood dragon's head as if it was cutting vegetables and melons, piercing straight into its head. Roar! Yi Yi pulled out the sword and the flood dragon came out in pain, blood splattering everywhere. The flood dragon looked at the approaching Yi Yi and its big eyes kept turning. It was not thinking about how to take revenge, but how to quickly escape from here. If it fought against Yi with its peak strength, it would not be afraid. But now, if it dragged on, it would only become a dead dragon. Moreover, it was about to transform, so it did not want to give away the cultivation that it had accumulated all these years to someone else. Therefore, after it roared ferociously, it turned around and ran. Yi seemed to have seen through its intentions and sneered, "Evil creature, where are you going?" The Cloud Soul sword spun in her hand and a few thick pillars of water shot up into the sky and turned into ice pillars to block the Flood Dragon's path. The Flood Dragon roared and tried to smash the icicles with its claw. Unexpectedly, when the dragon's claw hit the icicles remained intact and the dragon's claw couldn't be pulled back. Not only that, but the huge dragon's claw was slowly covered in ice. Soon, the huge dragon's claw was completely frozen. Seeing this, Yi sneered and sneered, "Idiot, how can my ice pillars be compared to ordinary ice pillars? They are infused with the extreme cold of the Cloud Soul art. Even if you are a 4th level Spirit Emperor, you still can't escape death." Yi threw the Cloud Soul sword in her hand onto the surface of the lake. That slender Cloud Soul sword did not sink to the bottom of the lake. Instead, it stood quietly on the surface of the lake. Yi's hands quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, the surface of the lake shook violently. Then, water pillars that were thicker than the previous ones rose into the sky from all directions of the lake. They moved in an arc, and finally, all the water pillars connected to form a huge cage, trapping the Flood Dragon in it. What was worth noting was that this huge cage was slowly shrinking as time passed, and it was also compressing the space that the Flood Dragon could move about in. Yi's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light, her lips moving slightly. Cloud Soul spell, cage. Roar, roar, roar. No matter how the Flood Dragon roared in the cage, it could not remove the ice on its claws, nor could it leave the cage that was getting smaller and smaller. Yi waved her jade-like hand and that slender Cloud Soul sword returned to her hand. Ever since the Cloud Soul sword returned to her hand, the speed at which the cage was shrinking became faster and faster. The Flood Dragon was not willing to be trapped like this. It used its spiritual energy that had recovered by 60% and roared with all its might. A ball of lightning that was the size of a baby's head and was emitting purple lightning slowly formed in the Flood Dragon's mouth. Yi threw the Cloud Soul sword in her hand into the air, and the sword tip was aimed at the Flood Dragon's head. At the same time, all the spiritual energy in her body was continuously channeled into the Cloud Soul sword that was getting bigger and bigger. Just a trapped beast putting up a fight, die. Yi's long black hair fluttered without any wind, and the purple lightning ball in the Flood Dragon's mouth shot out. The huge Cloud Soul sword and the lightning ball that was emitting purple lightning clashed together. The huge explosion caused by the collision of the two caused Hongyang and Yi, who were standing at the side, to lose their balance. It also caused the surrounding trees to break inch by inch, and even caused the lake below them to ripple. Only Yi was still standing there firmly, and her body did not move at all. After the explosion, the cage had completed its task. It completely wrapped the Flood Dragon's huge body in it and even froze it. Yi moved lightly and walked to the Flood Dragon's side. She looked at the Flood Dragon's huge eyes that were still open even when it died, and said to herself, "This trip is really thanks to you guys. Otherwise, I would have to lie in bed for 1.5 years if I were to forcefully take this Dragon Ball." After seeing Yi's true strength, Lin Ying didn't dare to speak, but Hongyang stood up. At the same time, Lin Ying admired his courage. Hongyang said angrily to Yi, "Why did you kill Brother Sangao? He is just a tool. I naturally have to throw him away after using him." Yi glanced at Hongyang indifferently and continued, "Not only him, but you guys are also the same. Missy, please wait. Brother Sangao doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He is a useless tool, but we are different. We still have value. Missy won't kill us, right?" Lin Ying was shocked when he heard Yi's remarks. He quickly came out and said. Yi glanced casually at Hongyang, who was in a daze, and said playfully, "Oh? Still have value? I really don't see any value in you guys. Serving tea and water, collecting firewood and running errands, we can do it all. We just ask Misty to spare our lowly lives. Now Lin Ying had lowered his posture very much. He no longer had the handsome demeanor from before. Now, he just wanted to kneel down and call Yi grandaunt. He just wanted to spare his life. At the same time, Lin Ying also pulled Hong Yang, who was in a daze, to let him lower his head and admit defeat. Unfortunately, Hong Yang was unmoved. Yi laughed. It seems that things are not as you said. Then she said again, okay, I still have use for you guys. I won't kill you for the time being. When I take out this dragon pearl, you guys will follow me. Okay, thank you, Misty. Thank you, Misty. After learning that he would not die for the time being, Lin Ying hurriedly said gratefully. Now, he no longer dared to have any ideas about Yi. He just wanted to be as far away from this crazy woman as possible. Yi straightened her expression and looked at the frozen flood dragon. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stretched out the Cloud Soul sword and patted on the ice twice quietly. Boom! The huge block of ice suddenly shattered into pieces, and the huge flood dragon also fell to the surface of the lake. Yi stepped forward quickly and went straight to the abdomen of the flood dragon. She broke it open with her sword. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She said in a deep voice, "How is it possible? It is about to transform into a dragon. How can there be no dragon pearl? How is it possible?" Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared behind her and whispered, "Are you looking for this thing?" Chapter 1429. Hearing this, Yi Mei suddenly turned her head, only to see the unprepossessing young man who had just died under her sword suddenly appear in front of her. Not only that, in his hand was the black dragon pearl that she had been dreaming of. So this is the dragon ball. It doesn't look like much. Yi Hao gently tossed the black bead in his hand and looked playfully at Yi, who was holding back her anger in her chest. "Brother Sangao, you didn't die." Seeing Yi Hao come back from the dead, Hong Yang couldn't help but be very happy. He hurriedly came to Yi Hao's side and gave him a big bear hug. Lin Ying, on the other hand, looked at Yi Hao, who appeared here unscathed, and said in surprise, "This kid didn't die. How is it possible? Yi is so strong, but she didn't kill him? Unless his strength is higher than Yi. Oh my god, what kind of monsters are these two? No, I have to leave this place quickly." Unexpectedly, Lin Ying had just taken 2 steps when Yi Hao appeared in front of him in a flash. Lin Ying didn't even see Yi Hao's figure clearly. "Did I say you could leave?" Yi Hao imitated Lin Ying's appearance and smiled gently. Then, he kicked Lin Ying's abdomen. Lin Ying's face was distorted as he clutched his abdomen and crashed into a tree not far away. Yi Hao appeared in front of Yi again and said to Hong Yang, "Brother Hong San, help me look after that kid. Don't let him run away." "Okay," Hong Yang responded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Hao with some embarrassment. Yi Hao patted Hong Yang's shoulder and said quietly, "Brother Hong, don't worry. I know what to do with your woman." Hong Yang was overjoyed when he heard this and left. Even though Yi Hao's voice was very low, Yi, who was a 4th-level spirit emperor, heard it clearly. Yi said coldly, "I, Yi, am not anyone's woman." Yi Hao spread his hands and said with a smile, "I'm not talking about you. Why are you in such a hurry to defend yourself? Could it be that you're secretly in love with my third brother? You're courting death." Yi Hao put away the dragon pearl and held the Wu Dao sword in front of his chest to block Yi's soft attack. Yi's eyes grew colder. She looked at Yi Hao and said slowly, "I, Yi, am not anyone's woman in this lifetime. I am myself. Do as you wish. However, I clearly remember the sword that you stabbed me with. Although I, Yi San Jiao, am a person, I am not someone who would repay evil with kindness. Today, I will make you suffer a bit. That's exactly what I want. I'll kill you and take the dragon ball." Then, a man and a woman fiercely collided. As time passed, sword light gushed out one after another. It was brilliant. On the other side, Lin Ying, who got up from the ground and was about to escape while the two were fighting, was blocked by a burly man with a giant axe. "Lin Ying, Where are you going? It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Since that's the case, then I can't leave. Mountain axe. With a swing of the axe, the two figures, one strong and one thin, were fighting again. Yi Hao swung his sword away from Yi Yi, who was approaching him. In a flash, he came behind Yi Yi and directly stabbed with his sword. Yi Yi quietly dodged and avoided Yi Hao's attack. She looked at Yi Hao's speed and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Her cultivation was clearly higher than Yi Hao's, but she could only capture Yi Hao's afterimage. She couldn't help but ask, "You really are hiding a lot of things. When you were fighting with the dragon, you weren't this fast." Yi Hao used his speed advantage to confuse her and answered, "Of course. How can I not have some trump cards in my hands when I'm out here?" Yi Hao looked calm, but he only wanted to curse in his heart. The reason why he didn't die and was so fast was all thanks to the system's reward. After using the second sword technique of Phoenix dances in the ninth heaven, he was rewarded with a set of golden silk soft armor. However, before he could use it, Yi Yi's sword came. In order to block Yi Yi's full blow, the golden silk soft armor was completely destroyed. And the reward for using the first sword technique of Phoenix dances in the ninth heaven was a pill called Cloud Chasing Pill. It could quickly increase the user's speed in a short period of time. This was also the reason why Yi Yi could only capture an afterimage, even though her cultivation was higher than Yi Hao's. Yi Hao looked at Yi Yi, who was standing still, and felt a little anxious. There's not much time left. I have to hurry. Yi Yi stood still very cautiously, not daring to reveal a single flaw. Because she knew that as long as she revealed a single flaw, the man who attacked like a poisonous scorpion would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. Yi Hao and Yi Yi were in a deadlock. On the other side, Hong Yang and Lin Ying's situation was completely different. In the beginning, Hong Yang and Lin Ying were evenly matched, but as time went on, it was Hong Yang who was chasing after Lin Ying while Lin Ying was begging for mercy. In fact, with Lin Ying's cultivation and strength, he wouldn't go so far as to beg for mercy. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't get past Hong Yang as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to escape death when Yi Sangao and Lin Ying finished fighting. Especially Yi Sangao. Thinking back to when he ordered Yi Sangao to gather firewood and water, he did a lot of bad things to Yi Sangao. If he waited until Yi Sangao was free, he would be dead for sure. Thinking of this, Lin Ying's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have lusted after beauty and gotten involved in this mess. Now, he was really at a dead end. He couldn't cry for help. Lin Ying dodged Hong Yang's attack and shouted, "Hong Yang, don't go too far. A rabbit will bite when cornered, and a dog will jump over a wall when cornered. If you push me too far, I'll take you down with me." Hong Yang looked indifferent. "Hey, who said I'm going to take you down? I just need to hold you back. You big guy, you usually look quite stupid. Why aren't you stupid today? Who are you calling a fool?" Hong Yang's face sank and he increased the strength in his hand. Lin Ying was in great pain. "Ayo, brother Hong Sangao, I was wrong. You're a great man, so don't stoop to my level. Mother, it hurts. Grandpa Hong, I beg you, let me live. I, Lin Ying, will definitely repay you in the future. Grandpa Hong, don't. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I beg you, let me pass." Even though Lin Ying was crying and begging for mercy, Hong Yang didn't budge in the slightest. He still stood there with his giant axe, not letting Lin Ying pass. "Hong Sangao, you've gone too far. I'll kill you." Lin Ying saw that Hong Yang wasn't moved by force or persuasion. He roared and wanted to fight Hong Yang to the death. Chapter 1430. At this moment, the violent sound coming from the sky attracted the attention of both of them. They looked up and saw two fire phoenixes and an ice dragon formed from lake water colliding violently. After a cloud of smoke, one person was standing while the other landed on the shore. Hong Yang looked at the figure on the shore and hurriedly rushed over. Lin Ying saw this and knew that his chance to escape had come, so he quickly left this troublesome place. However, he had only taken 2 steps when his legs suddenly turned to jelly and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, Yi Hao slowly descended from the sky with the Wu Dao sword in his hand and walked towards Lin Ying. Lin Ying knelt on the ground without a word, trembling all over. Yi Hao came in front of him and waved his left hand. 2 small flying swords the length of a thumb slowly left Lin Ying's feet and landed on Yi Hao's palm, spinning around. Yi Hao looked at Lin Ying and said, "Run? Do you think you can run?" Bang bang bang. Lin Ying did not say a word. She raised her noble forehead and touched the hard sand on the ground. Yi Hao smiled coldly and did not speak. "Brother San Jiao, I was blind to not recognize you. I beg you to let me go. Can you not kill me and spare my life? Let me serve tea and water, pick up firewood and start a fire. I only beg you to spare my life. I swear to you, Brother San Jiao, that I, Lin Ying, am willing to be your servant for the rest of my life. I will never betray you." As Lin Ying kowtowed, his lively mind also gradually sank. At first, he wanted Yi Hao to let him go. Later on, he wanted to spare his life. Later on, he degraded himself and was willing to be a servant. However, no matter what he said, Yi Hao was not moved. Yi Hao grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. He smiled and said, "It seems that you are very afraid of death." "Yes, yes, yes. I am still young and I don't want to die. I still have a bright future ahead of me." Yi Hao looked at Lin Ying's cowardly appearance and sneered. He directly dragged Lin Ying to the ground and walked towards Hong Yang. At the same time, he said softly, "Your life and death is not up to me to decide for now." Hong Yang looked at the unconscious Yi Yi in his arms and felt very anxious. When he saw Yi Hao walking over, before he could say anything, Yi Hao interrupted him. "Don't worry, it's fine. Didn't I tell you that I know what to do for your woman?" With that, Yi Hao casually tossed Lin Ying to the side. With a wave of his hand, 4 flying swords flew out of Lin Ying's body. Yi Hao waved his sleeve and put away the flying sword he snatched from exiled immortal. At the same time, Yi Yi suddenly woke up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her pale face gradually recovered. She looked at Yi Hao and said coldly, "I'm not as good as you. You win." Yi Hao put his hands behind his back and smiled. "I was just lucky. You won. Tell me, what do you want?" Yi Hao smiled and took out the black dragon pearl and handed it to Yi Yi. Yi Yi's body trembled and she asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This dragon pearl is of great use to you, but it's not so important to me. Therefore, I'm giving it to you." "Mph, what do you mean by giving it to me? It's mine." Yi Yi snorted and grabbed it. Her expression softened a little as she asked, "Tell me, what are your conditions?" Yi Hao sighed softly and said, "Alas, it's so easy to talk to smart people. Say it." Yi Hao straightened his face and said word by word, "I want you to submit to me." Yi Yi and Hong Yang looked at Yi Hao in shock. "Brother San Jiao, are you serious?" Yi Hao looked at Hong Yang and said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" "Why should I?" Yi Yi said indifferently, "If it's just because of this dragon pearl, then forget it. I'll return the dragon pearl to you." "Return it to me?" Yi Hao said with a playful look, "If you return it to me, you can leave here alive." "Brother San Jiao, what do you mean?" Hong Yang was furious. "I've always treated you as a brother. If you do this, don't blame me for falling out with you." Yi Hao didn't look at Hong Yang. He looked at Yi Hao with a smile. "Give me a reason." Yi Yi's expression turned from cold to calm. "Reason? It's very simple. Because I'm Yi San Jiao from Tianyuan New City." "Ah!" Hong Yang was stunned. Yi Yi was deep in thought. Yi Hao chuckled and took out a dragon-shaped token and threw it into Yi Yi's arms. Yi Yi looked at the dragon-shaped token in her arms and came to a realization. She thought carefully and said in a deep voice, "What can you give me if I submit to you?" "Help you take revenge." Yi Hao paced slowly and said in detail, "When you came to this lake, your expression was still normal. You didn't show any other expression. This means that your so-called master didn't die in the hands of the flood dragon. You came here to take the dragon pearl and improve your realm. Because your enemy is very powerful. With your current strength, it's no different from suicide. Am I right? Yi looked at Yi Hao's spirited expression. For the first time, she really looked at this ordinary-looking young man in front of her. Without hesitation, she knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Yi is willing to submit. Ah! Hong Yang and Lin Ying were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did Yi submit to Yi San Jiao all of a sudden? Very good. Raise your head. Yi raised her head. Yi Hao moved his mind and a cloud of black earth fiend chi went into Yi's mind. Yi sensed it carefully and found nothing unusual. Hong Yang said anxiously, Yi San Jiao, what did you do to Yi? Yi Hao smiled and said, Brother Hong, don't be agitated. This thing won't do Yi any harm. Of course, the premise is that she can keep her promise with me and won't betray me. I will keep my promise with you. I hope you can keep your promise too. Of course. At this moment, Yi looked at Lin Ying who was kneeling beside her. Lin Ying quickly looked away after meeting Yi's eyes. She trembled and did not dare to look at him. What do you want to do with him? Isn't that what I want to ask you? Ask me. Yi was a little confused. Yes. Didn't he kill so many of your companions? Of course I want to ask you. Take it as my sincerity to you. Lin Ying crawled to Yi and begged for mercy. Let me go. You just promised me that you won't kill me for the time being, right? Yi glanced at Lin Ying's fearful expression. After hesitating, she said, let him go. Lin Ying was overjoyed when he heard the words. Yi Hao was taken aback. Hong Yang was also stunned. Let him go. Are you sure? Yi Hao confirmed with Yi. Yi nodded. I promised him that I won't kill him. All right then. Yi Hao spread his hands and acquiesced. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Yi. Thank you. Lin Ying hurriedly thanked her, then dragged his injured body and left with difficulty. Not long after, a small flying sword passed through his head and then flew back into Yi Hao's sleeve. Lin Ying's eyes widened, and he died with doubts. What do you mean? Lin Yi looked puzzled and said, didn't you say that you let him go? That's what you said. I didn't say that. Yi Hao looked at the two puzzled people and explained, this kind of person can't be left alive. If you let him go 1 second ago, he will bring a large group of people to take your life in the next second. Let him go. Isn't it like letting the tiger return to the mountain? Yi and Hong Yang fell into silence. Yi Hao glanced at the sky. It was already late. He said, okay, it's getting late. I have to hurry. You go to Tianyuan New City and find a person named Hu Sanyang. Take this jade pendant and tell her that Yi Sangao asked you to find her. She will know what to do after hearing it. Where are you going? Qingshan Empire, Heavenly Street Conference. Just as Yi was about to say something, Yi Hao had already left. Hong Yang asked cautiously, Sanyang, where are we going now? Are we really going to Tianyuan New City? Yi responded and embarked on the journey. Hong Yang asked, I don't think Brother Sangao is an ordinary person. Who is he? Yi chuckled and said, Yi Sangao? Sangao, together they form the word Hao. He is the emperor of Tianyuan Empire, Yi Hao. Hong Yang looked at Yi's smiling face with infatuation. As for what Yi said just now, he didn't hear a single word clearly. On the way, Yi Hao, who was empty-handed, picked a wild fruit out of boredom and nibbled it with relish. At this time, the system's familiar voice sounded in his mind. I really don't understand. Why did you give the flood dragon to that woman? In this way, your mission failed and the reward is gone. Yi Hao said indifferently, if it's gone, then it's gone. I got a 5th level Spirit Emperor and a 3rd level Spirit Emperor. It doesn't seem like a loss. Isn't it just the woman who got the Dragon Ball? How could there be a 3rd level Spirit Emperor? What a braggart. The system said angrily. That's not necessarily true. Brother Hong San likes Yi so much. He might go to Tianyuan New City. That's why you didn't force Hong Yang? That's right. Yi Hao threw away the core of the fruit in his hand and said, just take it as a favor for Brother Hong San to help me several times. That's pretty good. The sky was dark. A group of rich men in luxurious clothes came to the lakeside where a fierce battle had just taken place. They were followed by a group of stooped old men. One of the stooped old men found Lin Ying's body on the shore and carried it back to the group of rich men. Then he said, Master, we found Master Lin Ying's body. One of the rich men, who was wearing a brocade robe and seemed to be the leader, said in disdain, bastards will always be bastards. They can't even handle a woman. What a waste. Where did those guys go? This way. The stooped old man pointed. Then the group of people walked on the mountain road that Yi Hao had just walked on. Chapter 1431. After Yi Hao completed the quest to kill the flood dragon, he was bored, so he entered the quest system to see if there were any other side quests. As he browsed through the quest list, he suddenly saw a quest to refine pills. He accepted it without hesitation. Ding dong, congratulations to host for accepting the quest to refine the 9 Heavens Fire Spirit pill. Please complete it within 3 days, or the quest will fail. Yi Hao looked at the pill recipe in his mind and smiled. System, refining pills shouldn't be that difficult, right? Master, don't look down on the 9 Heavens Fire Spirit pill. The refining process is extremely difficult, the system reminded him after hearing Yi Hao's words. Yi Hao looked at the pill recipe and frowned. It seems the ingredients are a bit hard to find. Looks like I'll have to put in some effort. Master, there's a large city up ahead. You can go there and see if there's anything you need. Heh, that's exactly what I wanted. Yi Hao looked at the towering city in the distance and a knowing smile appeared on his face. He said, System, can you help me check where I can find the pills I need in the city? Sorry, the level is too low. I can't complete the host's request. What a piece of trash. What did you say? It wasn't easy for a spirit to be born. I thought it would be useful, but it can't do anything. If it's not trash, then what is it? Yi Hao realized that sometimes, the system needed to be stimulated. Isn't that because you're too weak? Otherwise, the entire Chaos Realm would be yours. Qingshan Empire, Celestial Cloud Pavilion Yuan Mu's courtyard was much more deserted than usual. This was because of the new Celestial Cloud Pavilion's young pavilion master, Yuan Shu's orders. Not only did Yuan Shu withdraw all of Yuan Mu's guards, he also had banished Immortal bring 2 jars of good wine to visit Yuan Mu from time to time. Although it was called a visit, it was actually to monitor him. Today, as usual, banished Immortal brought 2 jars of good wine and walked into Yuan Mu's study without knocking. At this moment, Yuan Mu was teaching Mu Dao, the child beside him, how to write. When banished Immortal saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. Mu Dao, who was practicing her calligraphy, threw her brush aside and glared at banished Immortal. What are you laughing at? Banished Immortal casually found a place to sit down and placed the wine on the wooden table. He calmly said, Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. A blind man has the nerve to teach others how to write. Can you see? Banished Immortal, shut up. Mu Dao angrily slammed the table. At the same time, she carefully looked at Yuan Mu. Seeing that there was nothing strange, she continued, I knew you wouldn't come with good intentions. My young master isn't feeling well today. You should leave quickly. Exiled Immortal sat on the chair and looked at the master and servant with a smile. He didn't say anything. Yuan Mu smiled indifferently and said, Everyone is a guest. Mu Dao, don't be rude. Drink the tea. Yes, Mu Dao replied obediently. Then, she went to fetch a pot of tea. Banished Immortal gently pushed the tea away and smiled. Young Master Mu doesn't need to trouble himself. Young Master Shu ordered me to bring 2 pots of good wine for young Master Mu to taste. Yuan Mu calmly sat on the chair and said, Thank you for your trouble, Lord Banished Immortal. I accept your kind intentions. If Lord Banished Immortal doesn't have anything else, I'm a bit tired and will go rest. Then, Mu Dao came to Yuan Mu's side. Young Master Mu, wait. Banished Immortal interrupted them. He stood up and slammed the wine on the table in front of Yuan Mu. He said word by word, "Young Master Shu said that good wine should be tasted in time. Otherwise, it won't taste good anymore. Banished immortal, you've gone too far." Mu Dao couldn't help but feel indignant for her young master. Banished immortal ignored her and stared straight at Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu smiled indifferently and ordered, "Mu Dao, go fetch a wine cup." "Young master." Mu Dao didn't move. She clearly didn't want to. "Mu Dao, you won't even listen to your young master? Go." "Yes, young master." Yuan Mu opened a jug of wine and smelled it. He praised, "It's indeed good wine." Then he poured a cup and drank it in one gulp. He gently placed the empty cup on the table and smiled, "I, Yuan Mu, have already drunk this wine. Lord Banished Immortal, you can go back and report." Banished Immortal didn't see anything strange. He waved his sleeve and said, "I've disturbed young Master Mu today. Goodbye. Mu Dao, see the guest out." Mu Dao worriedly glanced at Yuan Mu. Seeing him wave his hand, she led Banished Immortal out of the courtyard. Just as Banished Immortal stepped out of the courtyard, Yuan Mu pointed his finger at his throat. "Wah!" He spat out the cup of wine he had just drunk. At that moment, a black figure wearing a bronze mask appeared in front of Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu asked in a normal tone, "Did you find out?" The black figure knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "I did." The heavenly street meeting was brought forward because of Yuan Shu's instigation. "I know. How is he?" On the surface, we received news that he's still in New Chenyuan City. In reality, he's already left the city. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll appear in the heavenly street meeting in 3 months. Anything else? Our people have been following him. He recently appeared in the Earthlung mountain range and killed a flood dragon. That's more like it. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yuan Mu's pale face. He said, "Keep a close eye on him. Don't let anything unexpected happen." "Yes. Young master, young master." At that moment, Mu Dao's voice came from outside the study, interrupting their conversation. Yuan Mu waved his hand and the figure quietly disappeared into the shadows in the corner of the room. Yuan Mu stopped smiling and asked, "What's wrong, Mu Dao?" Mu Dao hastily ran over and looked at the wine Yuan Mu just spat out. She felt relieved and said, "Banished Immortal's wine must be poisonous." Mu Dao was afraid something would happen to young master. "Don't worry. Aren't I fine? Young master, that Yuan Shu has gone too far. Do you plan on waiting for death? Come, Mu Dao. Today, I'll teach you a new character." Okay. Mu Dao sat on a chair in the study. Yuan Mu had Mu Dao hold the brush while he grabbed Mu Dao's hand and wrote the character Endure on a thin piece of paper. In Yuan Shu's study, Banished Immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Yuan Shu played with the dagger in his hand and asked softly, "Did Yuan Mu drink the wine?" "He drank it. This little one saw it with my own eyes." "Very good." Yuan Shu stabbed the dagger into the table and sneered, "When Yuan Mu dies, I'll see who you old bastard will hand the position of pavilion master to. If you want to hand the immortal cloud pavilion to that blind man, you'll have to see if the blade in my hand agrees." Chapter 1432. Lishan City. Yi Hao stood at the city gate and glanced at the 3 words hanging above the city gate before entering the city. Lishan City was the 3rd largest city in the Qingshan Empire. Entering this city meant that Yi Hao had entered the Qingshan Empire. Everyone said that the Qingshan Empire was built on top of Qingshan, but that was not accurate. To be precise, the Qingshan Empire's capital was built on top of Qingshan. As for the other cities, they were scattered all around Green Mountain. Otherwise, if news of a huge 5th-rank empire with only the size of Green Mountain spread out, it would be ridiculous. Although Lishan City was far from the Qingshan Empire's capital, the economic strength of this city had always been one of the best in the empire. In addition, when the city was first built, it occupied a vast area and had many people. It was located in a fortress, so it gradually developed into the 3rd largest city in the Qingshan Empire. After Yi Hao entered the city, he realized that the streets were filled with people. The hawkers were also grinning from ear to ear. Yi Hao found a hawker and asked for the location of the largest medicine shop in the city. Then, he rushed over. He had to refine the 9-fire heavenly spirit pill in 3 days. There was not much time left for him, so he could not afford to waste any time. Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. Yi Hao followed the hawker's directions and arrived at the entrance of the largest medicine shop in Lisan City. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. Wait, do you have an invitation? Invitation? What invitation? Yi Hao looked at them suspiciously. I'm going in to buy medicinal ingredients. Do I need an invitation? Ha ha ha, where did this country bumpkin come from? Suddenly, there was a burst of mocking laughter behind Yi Hao. Yi Hao turned his head and saw a fat man, who was dressed in gold and silver and weighed more than 100 kilograms, walking past him with a dozen servants. When they passed by, they even pushed him directly. It could be said that they were extremely arrogant. When the 2 guards saw the fat man, they said flatteringly, "Young Master Yang, you're here. Please come in." Young Master Yang smiled in satisfaction. Then, he took out a handful of spirit stones from his robes and wantonly threw them at the 2 guards. The 2 guards were still smiling, as if they couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. After the fatty had left, they still smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, are you leaving already? There's a little too little today. Why don't you have more?" "No, young master, I want to keep the money today. I have a big use for it." "All right, take care, young Master Yang." Yi Hao looked at this extremely comical and absurd scene, and he couldn't help but say coldly, "Wait, he doesn't seem to have an invitation token either." The 2 guards looked at him as if he was an idiot and mocked, "His young Master Yang, the only son of fortune god Yang of Lisan City. You're just a pauper from another city. How can you compare to young Master Yang? Shoo, shoo, shoo. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to argue with a fool like you. Scram as far as you can." The 2 guards waved their hands at Yi Hao impatiently. Yi Hao clenched his right fist and was about to fly into a rage when a white figure flashed in front of him. The figure took out 2 black tokens and handed them to the guards, saying, "This brother is my friend. He's new here and doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him. This is an invitation." The 2 guards took the black tokens and looked at them carefully, saying, "So it's young Master Wu. Young Master Wu, we 2 brothers can trust you. But young Master Wu, this brother of yours isn't very reassuring." "I understand." The pale-faced scholar named young Master Wu took out a money pouch and stuffed it into the hands of the 2 guards. The 2 guards weighed the money pouch and said, "Young Master Wu is indeed generous. All right, let's go in." "Thank you." Young Master Wu clasped his hands, then pulled the stunned Yi Hao into Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. Yi Hao looked at the unfamiliar young Master Wu and asked, "Brother, we don't know each other. Why did you help me?" Young Master Wu gently smiled and replied, "I'm a person who likes to make friends. I saw that brother's temperament was extraordinary, and since you were in a hurry to enter Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, I figured you had something important to do. So I decided to help you." "Right, shouldn't you be thanking me? Why are you questioning me instead?" Yi Hao laughed and clasped his hands, saying, "Many thanks for young Master Wu's help. No need to be so formal. My name is Wu Wenyong. You can just call me Wenyong. That's what my brothers all call me. All right, I'm called Yi Sangao. My heart is higher than the heavens, and my life is higher than the mountains. That's why I'm higher than Songao. Sangao, what a good name." As Yi Hao walked, he chatted with Wu Wenyong. But as he walked, he realized that something was amiss. Although the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion was huge, they had not seen a single person after walking for so long. This could not help but be suspicious. "Brother Wenyong, why haven't we seen a single person after walking for so long?" Wu Wenyong was stunned. He held his forehead and said, "Brother, you couldn't have just come to Lisan City today, right?" "That's right. No wonder you didn't know." Wu Wenyong paused for a moment, then said, "Today is an important day for our Lisan City. Many nobles will come to Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, and Heaven's Medicine Pavilion's people have been sent out to serve those important people. Today's security is also much tighter, which is why you were stopped at the entrance. Oh, they're all gathered here? Are they all here to buy medicine? Yes, and no. Yi Hao was even more confused. If they're not here to buy medicine, then what are they here for? Wu Wenyong smiled and kept him in suspense. I won't tell you for now. You'll naturally know when we get there. Yi Hao followed Wu Wenyong to Heaven's Medicine Pavilion's back courtyard with a stomach full of questions. It was just as Wu Wenyong said. Not only were there people guarding the back courtyard, there were also many guards patrolling everywhere. They were very cautious. Yi Hao carefully observed the strength of the guards and found that the weakest was a first-level Spirit Emperor. There were also quite a few second-level Spirit Emperors. He sighed in his heart, as expected of the third city of a fifth-rank empire. Even first-level Spirit Emperors, who are rarely seen, are willing to be guards. It seems like Heaven's Medicine Pavilion is very impressive in Lishan City. Brother Yi, this way. Wu Wenyong pulled Yi Hao, who was in a daze, and the two of them entered the back courtyard. After entering the back courtyard, the two of them were covered with a layer of blindfold. After being led by the servants in the back courtyard, they walked up a few flights of stairs and finally arrived at their destination, Heaven's Medicine Pavilion's underground auction black market. Wu Wenyong took 2 masks from the guards at the side. One was a fox mask for himself, and the other was a lion mask for Yi Hao. Yi Hao took the mask and put it on his face. He followed Wu Wenyong into the underground auction black market that the entire city was looking at. Chapter 1433. What made the underground black market different from other venues was that it had 3 rules. First, everyone who entered had to wear animal masks to cover their faces. These masks had been tampered with to prevent others from looking at them. This was also to make it easier for people to bid without worrying about the identity of the other party during the auction. Many times, some big families would use their identity to make others give up bidding so that they could get the auction items at a small price. The operation of the underground black market required a huge amount of money, so the owner of the underground black market came up with this trick to increase the competition among the people, so that the auction items could be sold at a price far higher than their actual value. Secondly, there were no private rooms in this underground black market auction. Everyone sat together, and no one was allowed to get special treatment. This was also the idea of the owner of the black market to eliminate the status mentality among the people. This was because not only would many rich and powerful people enter the auction, there would also be many rogue cultivators, who were cultivators with no background. These rogue cultivators were not to be underestimated. Although they were not as rich as a country, they had many priceless rare treasures. Some time ago, when the final treasure of the underground auction came out, all the big families bid crazily. Just as they were about to get it, it was suddenly intercepted by a rogue cultivator who was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual emperor realm with a precious treasure. And bartering was the 3rd rule of the underground black market. Along the way, Wu Wenyong explained to Yi Hao in detail. Wu Wenyong led Yi Hao through the auction hall that could accommodate several thousand people with ease. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a corner of the auction hall. As soon as Wu Wenyong went over, several young people wearing masks surrounded him. Wu Wenyong, why are you so late? Yeah, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Hey, stop talking. The auction is about to start. Come over quickly. Wu Wenyong looked at his good friends in Lishan City and said with a smile, I was delayed on the way, so I'm late. Wu Wenyong explained to them, then led Yi Hao to a seat and introduced him to the crowd one by one. Yi Hao nodded at them as a form of greeting. He then asked, you just said that some of those people came here to buy medicinal herbs, while some didn't. I'm very curious about what kind of rare treasures this auction will have. Not just you, I'm also very curious. Wu Wenyong explained, this underground auction only auctions 10 items each time, and since it was held until now, it has never sold repeated items. Not to mention medicinal herbs, even many peerless weapons and superior cultivation techniques can be obtained. But there is one thing, they will only tell you the time of the auction, and will not tell you what items are to be sold, so many people actually come here to join in the fun. Are you here to join in the fun too? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Me. Wu Wenyong smiled and said, I'm here to keep an eye on Fatty Yang. Fatty Yang? Was that the fatty at the door who weighed more than 200 pounds? Why are you staring at him? It's a long story. Sure, the auction is about to begin. Just as Wu Wenyong was about to speak, he heard the sound of clanking from the auction stage. So he quickly shut his mouth and signaled Yi Hao to keep quiet as well. Yi Hao realized that they weren't the only ones who kept quiet. Everyone else did the same. The auction venue, which was very noisy just now, instantly quieted down. At the same time, two men wearing ox-head and horseface masks appeared on the auction stage, one tall and one short. The short man wearing the ox-head mask cleared his throat and said, "Hello everyone, I am Old Ox." Then the tall man said, "Hello everyone, I am Old Ma. First of all, welcome to the underground auction venue." Okay. Everyone below the stage waved their hands and gave the warmest applause and enthusiasm. Old Ma continued, "Ahem, quiet. I believe everyone can't wait any longer. I, Old Ma, am the same. Old Ox, take out the first item for auction today." Okay. Old Bull whistled. Immediately after, two guards in purple walked over with a palm-sized square box. Old Bull took the box and handed it to Horseface. Old Ma opened the box and revealed a piece of dried-up tree root. "What is this? A piece of tree root? Sure, don't talk nonsense. When has the auction ever taken out such an ordinary item?" "That's right. Hey, this looks like the spiritual dragon tree root." When the first item was taken out, it caused a huge uproar. At first, some people who didn't know the value of the item thought that it was just a piece of dried-up tree root. When someone recognized that it was the spiritual dragon tree root, they immediately changed their attitude. Their eyes lit up and they couldn't wait to bid for the tree root. Old Ma looked at the people below the stage with interest. When he felt that the atmosphere was just right, he said, "That's right. This is the spiritual dragon tree root. The spiritual dragon tree root feeds on the essence of the sun and moon. After 1,000 years of tempering, not only does it contain strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it is also an excellent choice for medicine and alchemy. Many alchemy masters choose to use the spiritual dragon tree root as a guiding ingredient or the main ingredient for alchemy. Our Heaven's Medicine Pavilion has searched for many years and only found this small piece. Therefore, the starting price of this 1,000-year-old spiritual dragon tree root is 100 million spirit coins. Everyone is welcome to bid." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below the stage immediately started to bid enthusiastically. "I bid 150 million. Don't fight with me." A skinny man wearing a squirrel mask raised the bidding card in his hand. Cough, cough. An old man wearing a monkey mask who was coughing constantly said, "Do you think we won't bid just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" "I bid 170 million. I bid 180 million. Another burly man wearing a hippo mask also raised the bidding card in his hand, 190 million, 210 million, 250 million. Not only these three people, but many more people also participated in the fierce bidding. The price of the 100-year-old spiritual dragon tree root continued to rise. Yi Hao looked at the bidding card in his hand. Just as he was about to raise it, he was stopped by Wu Wenyong. Wu Wenyong looked at him and said, "What are you doing? You want to bid?" "That's right." Yi Hao said, "I happen to be refining an alchemy pill. This spiritual dragon tree root happens to be something I need. I must get it." "You are an alchemy master?" "That's right." Chapter 1434. Why is that? I can bid for it myself. Wu Wenyong looked at the people around him and said, "Didn't I tell you the story of that rogue cultivator? Do you know what happened to him?" "What happened?" Yi Hao already had some guesses in his heart. "That's right. Although that itinerant cultivator managed to get the final treasure after exchanging for it, Someone found his corpse in the moat the next day. You're new here. Even if you manage to get the dragon spirit tree root, you might end up like that itinerant cultivator. I'm different from you. My Wu family has some say in Black Mountain City. That's why I'm here to help you. Yi Hao thought about it carefully and said, if that's the case, thank you, Brother Wu. You're welcome. Wu Wenyong waved his hand gently, then raised the bidding card in his hand and said loudly, I bid 500 million spiritual stones. Hearing that, the entire auction house quieted down. Those who were bidding were stunned. What the hell? They had just bid 300 million spiritual stones, and this guy had raised it by 200 million. How were they going to compete? Furthermore, no matter how powerful the spiritual dragon tree root was, it was not worth 500 million. At most, it would be 400 million. Hence, they all put down their bidding cards. In the end, Wu Wenyong won the 100-year-old spiritual dragon tree root with an overwhelming advantage. Wu Wenyong looked at Yi Hao proudly. How is it? Once I make a move, it'll be as easy as pie. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly looked at Wu Wenyong with a smile. Wu Wenyong suddenly had a bad feeling. Wu Wenyong silently put away his bidding card and looked at the smiling Yi Hao. He asked cautiously, why are you looking at me like that? Well. Yi Hao smiled awkwardly and said, I left in a hurry and didn't bring enough spiritual stones. I'm still short of 100 million. Why don't you help me pay for it first? I'll definitely pay you back in the future. I'm going to faint. Wu Wenyong held his forehead, regretting his previous bid. Yi Hao hurriedly said, Brother Wu, don't worry. I, Yi Sangao, always keep my word. I will never go back on my words. At this moment, a guard in purple came to Wu Wenyong's side with a box in his hand. Wu Wenyong sighed deeply and said, Fine, who asked me to meet you? Wu Wenyong fished out a space ring and handed it to the purple-robed guard. The purple-robed guard carefully counted it. After confirming that the number was correct, he handed the box back to Wu Wenyong and stood up to leave. After the guard left, Yi Hao was just about to take the brocade box when Wu Wenyong put it away. Wu Wenyong looked serious and said, Don't worry, the things here can't be faked. There are many people here. I'll give it to you when we get out. Yi Hao understood that he didn't want to be targeted, so he retracted his hand and sat down quietly. Not far from Wu Wenyong, there was a fat man wearing a Zhu Baji mask sitting on a chair and drinking tea in big gulps. Beside him were more than 10 guards wearing wolf masks. One of the guards walked to his side and said, Young master, the kid from the Wu family has made his move. Young master Yang grunted and didn't take it to heart. His eyes were fixed on the auction stage, as if waiting for something. When Wu Wenyong's friends saw him bid for the dragon spirit tree root, they surrounded him and complimented him. Wu Wenyong didn't say anything and accepted it with a smile. However, Yi Hao, who was sitting beside him, could clearly feel that Wu Wenyong's heart wasn't here. To be precise, it wasn't at the auction. Instead, he was staring at young Master Yang, who was wearing a Zhu Baji mask. Yi Hao quietly moved closer and asked, Oh right, what's your beef with young Master Yang? I see that you're always staring at him. Not really, just some grudges, that's all. What grudges? Tell me. Wu Wenyong was feeling bored at the moment and simply said, The richest people in Lishan City now are Yang Jinru and Yang Chiji. However, what no one knows is that Yang Jinru used to be my father's sworn brother and was also a shopkeeper under him. At that time, the richest family in Lishan City was our Wu family. Because Yang Jinru and my father were good friends, I played and learned with Yang Chiji, the fat man, since I was young. Slowly, our relationship got better and better. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we were like brothers. But one day, Yang Jinru betrayed my father. He took his subordinates and some big clients and left the Wu family. He started his own business and often suppressed our Wu family's business, causing our Wu family's business to get worse and worse. By my generation, we were basically living off our old money. However, the Yang family's business got better and better. Slowly, they became the richest family in the entire Lishan city. Since then, Yang Chiji acted as if he didn't know me when he saw me. He became a completely different person. He used to be very thin, but I don't know why he got fatter and fatter. His temperament also became less gentle. I understand now. Yi Hao roughly understood the relationship and said, "You're here because of that fatty Yang sitting there. You want to avenge your family and disgust the Yang family." "That's right. No matter what fatty Yang wants to buy today, I will fight him to the death. But it seems that his family is rich and overbearing. You can't compete with them. Damn it, a camel is bigger than a horse." Wu Wenyong made up his mind and said, "I'm not being impulsive. Wu Wenyong of the Wu family wants to make a clean break with Yang Chiji of the Yang family." Yi Hao nodded and watched the auction quietly. Wu Wenyong also regained his rationality and sat on the chair in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, a large iron cage covered with a red cloth was pushed out on the auction stage. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Old Ma cleared his throat and said, "The first 9 auction items have all been sold. Only the last item is left. This auction item is a little different from the previous ones. The previous items were some treasures or cultivation methods. They were all inanimate objects. However, today's item is a living object." As soon as Old Ma finished speaking, Old Nyo tore off the red cloth covering the iron cage. When the red cloth was lifted, the crowd discovered that there was a young girl in the cage. After attending so many auctions, this was the first time they saw a living object being auctioned. Therefore, everyone's interest was immediately piqued. However, when the crowd looked at the young girl in the cage, they couldn't move their eyes away. She had a tight figure, fair skin, peerless appearance, and those deep black eyes that contained a trace of fear. Looking at her from afar, she made people want to take pity on her. The peerless woman looked at the crowd and the fear in her eyes gradually turned into anger. When the crowd below the stage saw the peerless woman's angry appearance, Horseface couldn't help but speak. The crowd had already begun to boil. Chapter 1435. I bid 500 million. This woman is mine. Why should I? I bid 550 million. I bid 600 million. No one can compete with me. Everyone started bidding, and the first bid was 500 million. Many of the rogue cultivators who were about to bid put down their paddles silently. So what if the woman was beautiful? She was not fated to be with poor people like them. The moment young Master Yang saw the woman, he was deeply mesmerized. The guards beside him had to shout a few times to wake him up. After young Master Yang woke up, he raised the paddle in his hand and bid 1 billion extravagantly. Everyone was speechless. Wu Wenyong swallowed his saliva and muttered, "So Fatty Yang is into this. But then again, such a beautiful woman is indeed rare." Wu Wenyong turned to look at Yi Hao beside him. He noticed that Yi Hao's eyes were clear and did not reveal the greed of the people around him. He felt that Yi Hao was looking at the woman in the cage with only admiration and not blasphemy. He nudged Yi Hao and asked, "Brother Yi, how about a bet?" Yi Hao said softly, "Didn't Yang Chiji bid 1 billion already? What are you waiting for?" "That's exactly what I wanted." Wu Wenyong rubbed his palms together. Yi Hao and the others were looking forward to seeing Wu Wenyong bid an extremely high price to overwhelm Fatty Yang. Wu Wenyong raised the paddle in his hand and shouted, "I bid 1 billion and 1 spiritual stones." Yi Hao wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even his friends were stunned. They didn't expect that young Master Wu, who was usually very generous, would only raise the price by 1 spirit stone. Wu Wenyong looked at the strange looks of the people around him and smiled. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Yi Hao smiled at Wu Wenyong and said, "You only bid 1 spiritual stone? That's too cruel. Even if you want to be a prodigal, that's not the way to do it. I helped you fight for the dragon spirit tree root because I knew that no one would compete with me for 500 million. I'm a person who doesn't want trouble, so I directly blocked them. But this time, it's different. The opponent this time is not simple. Naturally, I have to be careful. Alright, you're still the best. That fatty must have been disgusted by you. However, please help me bid for this woman." Wu Wenyong looked at Yi Hao's serious face and said, What do you mean by helping you get it? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to this woman? Yi Hao's eyes were clear. He smiled and said, I don't think so. I just feel that this girl is quite pitiful. Moreover, when I look at her, I feel that she is very familiar. No matter what the reason is, I must take this person away today. Take him away? Then you have to be rich. That's why I asked for your help. All right, you already owe me once anyway, so it doesn't matter this time. Wu Wenyong paused for a moment and continued, moreover, Fatty Yang and I were originally going to settle things. On the other side, the guard said to Yang Chiji, who was wearing Zhu Baji's mask, young master, the person who bid just now was Wu Wenyong. Yang Chiji was stunned when he heard this. Then, he sneered and said, Wu Wenyong? Who the hell does he think he is? Does he think that his Wu family is still the Wu family from a few years ago? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Is he deliberately trying to disgust me by only adding one spiritual stone? Increase the price for me, yes. Hearing this, the guard raised the bidding card on the side and bid 50 billion. Wu Wenyong was not to be outdone. He bid 50 billion and 0.01. At this time, Yang Chiji stood up shakily from his seat and said angrily, Wu Wenyong, are you crazy? Only increasing the price by one spiritual stone each time is not in line with your Wu family style. If you don't have the guts, you'd better quit early and not waste my time. Wu Wenyong laughed and also stood up from his seat. He said, Yang Chiji, who doesn't know that your Yang family is the richest family in Lishan City? However, I'm sorry, but I've taken a fancy to the woman in the cage. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. It turned out that the two famous families of Lishan City were competing. No wonder he was so confident. Everyone also understood the meaning of Wu Wenyong's words. Even if you are Yang Chiji, the only son of the Yang family, you have to obediently give up the thing that I, Wu Wenyong, want. Yang Chiji naturally understood Wu Wenyong's meaning. He immediately decided not to argue with him. He would use his actions to prove who was the biggest tycoon in Lishan City. 1.01 billion. 1.01 billion. Wu Wenyong, do you dare to raise the bid by one spirit stone each time? It's a waste of time. Yang Chiji, just raise the bid. I, Wu Wenyong, will accompany you to the end. Okay, 1.2 billion. 1.01 billion. After that, the entire auction house of the underground black market was left with the sound of the two people constantly bidding. No one knew if the two of them were deliberately acting in a fit of pique or something else, but the price they shouted had already far exceeded the price of the item, but they still did not stop. On the stage, Old Ox and Old Horse were happy to see such a scene. The higher the price they shouted, the more the underground black market would naturally earn. As time passed, the two people shouted more and more cautiously. The guard looked at Yang Chiji, who clenched his fists in anger. Just as he was about to persuade him, Yang Chiji directly raised his card and said fiercely, I bid 2.5 billion spirit coins. Wu Wenyong laughed and said, oh, why did young Master Yang take so long to bid? Don't tell me you're out of money. I bid 2.501. After Wu Wenyong shouted this, his palms were full of sweat. It was obvious that he was about to reach his limit. Young master, we can't raise the bid anymore. Just give it to Wu Wenyong. Yang Chiji grabbed the guard's lapel and pulled off the mask on his face, revealing a fierce look. He gritted his teeth and said, what did you say? Give it to him. Where will I put my face then? Young master, we've reached the limit. We can't raise the bid anymore. Yang Chiji's hand, which was tightly holding the guard's hand, loosened slightly. Obviously, he was also hesitating in his heart. Although their Yang family was not short of money, the family business had been expanding recently, and many places needed money. If his father knew that he had spent so much money to buy a woman, his butt would definitely bloom. At this time, Wu Wenyong sneered again, young Master Yang, if you don't have enough money, go home and ask for more before coming back. If you really can't raise the bid higher than mine, then I'll take this woman away. The guard looked at Yang Chiji, whose face was livid, and suddenly had a plan in his heart. He whispered to Yang Chiji quietly. Yang Chiji listened to the guard's words, and his frowning eyebrows slowly relaxed. His complexion gradually improved. Young Master Wu is really rich and overbearing. Yang Chiji did not raise the price again. Instead, he said with a smile, I just don't know how long your Wu family's damned camel can last. The future is long. Let's wait and see. After that, Yang Chiji threw the mask in his hand to the ground and left angrily with the guard. Young Master Yang, you don't need to worry. You should be careful whether your Yang family's horse can be bigger than a camel. Wu Wenyong said with a smile as Yang Chiji left. Although Wu Wenyong had a smile on his face, his heart was bleeding. Yi Hao looked at Wu Wenyong and said softly, Don't worry. What you lost today, I will help you earn it back. Wu Wenyong smiled slyly. How can it be enough just to earn it back? Won't there be some interest? No problem. At this time, the guard in purple brought the girl in the cage to Wu Wenyong's side. Wu Wenyong looked at the hand of the guard in purple. He took out a spatial ring from his chest and handed it over. He said, Here, 2,500,001 spirit stones are all inside. The guard in purple took the ring, nodded, and left. At this point, the 1356th auction in the underground black market had ended. Everyone left the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion one after another. On the stage, Old Ox and Old Horse watched Yi Hao and the other two leave before leaving the auction stage. After leaving the auction stage, the two of them came to a secret room hidden behind the auction house with ease. The two of them stood respectfully at the door and knocked. After getting permission, they walked in. The secret room was pitch black and nothing could be seen. After Oxhead and Horseface entered, they immediately knelt on the ground without saying a word. After a while, a young but dignified voice sounded in the room. How are things going? My lord, everything is going according to plan. Got it. You may leave. Yes. After that, Old Ox and Old Horse respectfully left. Then, an unfamiliar voice sounded in the room. Do you want me to follow the princess? Millimeter. Be careful. Don't expose yourself unless absolutely necessary. Got it. Then, the whole room became completely silent. Chapter 1436. Yi Hao and the other two left Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. The beautiful woman who was bought by Wu Wenyong at a high price looked at him cautiously. Wu Wenyong smiled and shrugged, Don't look at me like that. It was this guy who wanted me to buy it. Every injustice has its perpetrator. You should go look for him. The beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at her cautious expression and smiled. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just feel that you are a little pitiful. I can't bear for you to fall into the hands of that fatty. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Hao's clear eyes and let down her guard. What's your name? I'm Bing Yi. Bing Yi. Yi Hao said carefully, Good name. Your pupils are red. The beautiful woman called Bing Yi looked at Yi Hao and asked, You have red pupils? Wu Wenyong, who heard their conversation, also came over and said, I've been traveling with you for so long, but I didn't notice that you have red pupils. That's right. Yi Hao smiled. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Nothing, nothing. Wu Wenyong hurriedly shook his head and said, It's just a little rare. Yes. Bing Yi replied. Yi Hao looked at them strangely, but since they didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. At this moment, Wu Wenyong suggested, How about this, it's getting late. Why don't you all stay at my place for the night? If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Yi Hao owed Wu Wenyong a lot of favors and couldn't refuse. Moreover, the Wu family was a big family. Perhaps they could find the remaining medicinal ingredients through the Wu family. Bing Yi was bought by Yi Hao on behalf of Wu Wenyong. According to the rules, it belonged to Yi Hao. Naturally, there was no objection. Just as everyone was about to head to the Wu family, a fatty who weighed more than 100 kilograms appeared in front of them with a group of guards and servants at an untimely moment. Go! Where are you going? Why don't you stay at my Yang residence for a night? I guarantee that you'll never forget it. Wu Wenyong looked at Yang Chiji, who was blocking the way, and laughed angrily. Yang Chiji, what do you mean by this? You can't beat me in the auction, so you're playing dirty. Yang Chiji laughed. Can't compete with you? P2E. Others might not know the current situation of your Wu family, but do you think I don't know? It's just a family that's about to be destroyed. I, Yang Chiji, don't need to lower myself to compete with you. Fatty Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? You know better than me whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Yang Chiji put his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, besides, even if I play dirty, so what? Can you beat me? Yang Chiji put his hands on his hips. The guards behind him stood in a row and looked at them arrogantly. Wu Wenyong felt the momentum of the guards. They were all first-level spirit emperors, and 2 of their leaders were second-level spirit emperors. Although he was the young master of the Wu family, his strength was not high. He was just a first-level spirit emperor. If they really fought, they really wouldn't have any advantage. Yang Chiji sneered and pushed away Wu Wenyong, who was clenching his fists. Wu Wenyong shouted, Fatty Yang, don't go too far. If you dare to touch me, my Wu family will not let you go. TSK Yang Chiji sneered and walked past him. He came to Yi Hao's side and stretched out his big fat hand, wanting to touch Bingyi's tender face. Bingyi looked at Yang Chiji's fat palm, and her eyes couldn't hide the disgust in them. At the same time, she couldn't help but step back. Just as Yang Chiji was about to succeed, his palm stopped a few centimeters away from Bingyi's face. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move a step forward. Yang Chiji looked at Yi Hao, who was holding his hand, with disdain. Who was I? It turned out to be you, a country bumpkin. Hurry up and let me go, or I'll kill you in this alley today. Yi Hao's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed Yang Chiji's wrist harder. Yang Chiji only felt a pain in his wrist, and his whole face was distorted. Seeing this, the guards behind him hurriedly surrounded him. Wu Wenyong also stood in front of Yi Hao, not to be outdone. Boy, let go of our young master, or you'll be in trouble today. Do you know who you've offended? That's the son of fortune god Yang. If you don't let go, you'll be dead. That's right. Where did this arrogant brat come from? He even dares to offend the #1 conglomerate in Lisan City. He's really reckless. Although Yang Chiji's wrist hurt, he still didn't forget his identity as the young master of the Yang family. He threatened, you bastard, did you hear that? If you don't let go of my hand, I'll make your whole family die with you. Yi Hao's face turned cold, and he let go of his hand. When Yang Kai saw that Yi Hao was so obedient, he was delighted in his heart. The group of guards were also immensely proud of themselves. Looking at Yi Hao's eyes, they also revealed a hint of disdain, but in the next second, Yang Chiji was kicked away by Yi Hao. He fell to the ground heavily like a cannonball that weighed more than 200 kilograms. Yi Hao shielded Bingyi behind him and said coldly, who do you think you are? How dare you touch my woman? Bingyi was stunned at first, then she stretched out 2 fingers and pinched Yi Hao's back muscles. Yi Hao took a deep breath and stared at Bingyi fiercely. Bingyi wasn't afraid and stared straight at his red pupils. Wu Wenyong sighed and walked over. Sigh, you two still have time to flirt. Now we can't leave. Yi Hao retracted his fierce gaze and said unceremoniously, Brother Wu, do you think we can leave if I don't do this? Wu Wenyong laughed, that's true. Forget it, since things have come to this, let's leave quickly. Want to run? No way. Surround them. One of the guards, who was a second-level spirit emperor, led a large number of guards to surround Yi Hao and the other 2. At this time, Yang Chiji, who was supported by others, walked over with a fierce face. His gloomy eyes looked back and forth between the 3 of them, and he said fiercely, originally, I only wanted to take that woman away, but now I've changed my mind. I want all 3 of your lives. Fatty Yang, how dare you? See if I dare or not. Boom. More than a dozen spirit emperors' auras rose into the sky. Wu Wenyong looked angrily at Yang Chiji, who seemed to be winning. His face was livid, and he clenched his fists. Yang Chiji glanced at the calm Yi Hao and said, "Brat, get your ass over here and kowtow to me a few times. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." Yi Hao laughed coldly and said, "Just these pieces of trash want to keep this young master's life. Damn fat pig, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself?" Chapter 1437. You're courting death. Cripple him. Yang Chiji was so angry that he laughed and ordered the second-level Spirit Emperor guard beside him to attack. "Brother Yi, be careful. That's a second-level Spirit Emperor." Wu Wenyong looked at a fast figure heading straight for Yi Hao and couldn't help but remind him. Yi Hao rushed over without saying a word. Bang! Everyone's vision blurred. They saw Yi Hao holding the second-level Spirit Emperor guard by the neck and slamming him straight into the nearby wall. The whole wall directly exploded. The second-level Spirit Emperor guard looked at Yi Hao in fear, as if he had seen a devil. He had the strength of a second-level Spirit Emperor, but this ordinary-looking young man in front of him could easily crush him. One could imagine how strong he was. Cough, cough, spare me. The guard coughed up blood and was a little scared. His cultivation was not easy to come by. If he died like this, it would be a big loss. Yi Hao snorted coldly. With a little force in his palm, the guard's head tilted, and his whole body fell to the ground weakly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining experience point. Yi Hao turned around. Yang Chiji, Wu Wenyong, and the others were looking at him in shock, but the shock in the two was different. Yang Chiji and the others were shocked by Yi Hao's strength. He could easily crush a second-level Spirit Emperor. That shock was mixed with a little fear. Although Wu Wenyong was also shocked by Yi Hao's strength, his shock was mixed with more joy. Bing Yi, who was standing in the same place, didn't feel the slightest surprise. Instead, she carefully observed Yi Hao's every move. Yang Chiji pushed away the two people beside him and said angrily, "You can fight very well, right? Well, then I'll let you fight to your heart's content today. Go, whoever can kill him will be rewarded greatly." Originally, everyone was afraid of Yi Hao's strength and didn't dare to go forward. But after hearing Yang Chiji's words, they all went forward. Since ancient times, riches and honor were found in danger. Moreover, Yi Hao was only a second-level Spirit Emperor. With so many of us, we can definitely kill that kid. Yi Hao looked at the crowd swarming over and sneered, "A bunch of idiots." Soon after, he began to slaughter his way through the group of guards. No one was a match for him. It didn't take long for those who wanted to seek riches and honor in the midst of danger to lie quietly in pools of blood. Yi Hao wiped the blood off his hands and walked towards Yang Chiji with a smile. Yang Chiji's face was pale and trembling. Yang Chiji looked at Yi Hao's gentle smile, and there was an unspeakable fear in his heart. Yi Hao waved at Yang Kai. Yang Kai screamed as if he had seen a devil, turned around and ran away. Yi Hao shook his head helplessly and quickly rushed behind Yang Chiji. He grabbed Yang Chiji's head and slammed it heavily on the ground. Bang! Yang Chiji's head hit the ground so hard that some cracks appeared on the ground. Seeing stars, Yang Chiji, who was bleeding profusely, felt that he had one foot in the gates of hell. He couldn't help but say in a panic, You let me go. I'll give you anything you want." "Oh, then if I want your life, will you give it to me?" As if struck by lightning, Yang Chiji hurriedly said, "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. How dare you threaten me?" Yi Hao sneered. He grabbed Yang Chiji's head and slammed it heavily on the ground. Then, like picking up a dead dog, he threw him directly into the corner of the wall. Yi Hao waved his right hand, and a long sword lying on the ground consciously came into his hand. Yang Chiji curled up in the corner and said hurriedly, "You can't kill me. You can't kill me." At this time, Yang Chiji no longer had the arrogance from before. Since his guards fell one by one in front of him, his heart had sunk to the bottom. He only wanted to live. Yi Hao came in front of him, but before he could do anything, another figure came in front of Yang Chiji faster than him. "Brother Yi, Yang Chiji can't die yet." Yi Hao looked at Wu Wanyong's serious appearance and silently put down the long sword in his hand. Yang Chiji saw this and laughed. Ha ha ha, I told you, Yi, you can't kill me. Ha ha, you don't dare to kill me. Before his voice died away, a white light flashed. Wu Wenyong was shocked. Then, as if relieved of a burden, he revealed a knowing smile. Ah, it hurts. Yang Chiji looked at the long sword inserted in his thigh. His face was pale and cold sweat flowed down. His hands held his trembling thigh, and his face became distorted again because of the pain. Yi Hao looked at Yang Chiji, whose leg was broken, and said faintly, "Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you because I can't kill you for the time being. Breaking your leg is just to teach you a lesson. Remember, you still owe me a kowtow. Don't let me see you again." Then, Yi Hao and the other two left the alley, leaving Yang Chiji alone. His eyes were full of hatred, and he sat on the ground in extreme pain. Just as Yi Hao and the other two left, a group of people entered the city. That group of people was composed of two completely different kinds of people. One was a rich young master in brocade clothes, and the other was a stooped old servant. One of the rich young masters, who was the leader, wore a jade ring on his finger. He looked at the old servant beside him and asked, "Are you sure that guy entered the city?" "Yes, young master. We followed him all the way here. That guy must have entered the city. Yes or no, we'll know if we ask around." One of the rich young masters with a zither on his back said, "Lin Ying, that trash, sent us a sound transmission before he died. He said that guy is called Yisan Gao. He seems to have a cultivation of the second-level Spirit Emperor, but his strength is no less than that of the fourth-level Spirit Emperor. We must not be careless." Humph. A rich young master with 3 ancient swords on his back said, "No matter who he is, he must die for daring to ruin our Yueluan Lin family's business." "That's right." A rich young master with a wine jug, who was also the last rich young master in the group, raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He said drunkenly, "No matter who he is, he must die for killing our Lin family's people. Even if he is an animal or a bastard, only our Lin family has the right to kill him. Others are not worthy." The stooped old servant hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at the 4 rich young masters in brocade clothes. The rich young master with the jade ring stretched and said, "That's right. Elder Liu, we'll leave this matter to you. We're going to have some fun. If there's anything, just send a sound transmission." "Yes." Then, the 4 rich young masters led the group of servants to the city's most famous red light district. Although Lishan City was very big, the Wu Mansion was located in the center of the city. Therefore, Yi Hao and Wu Wenyong soon arrived at the Wu Mansion under Wu Wenyong's lead. After the 3 of them entered, they did not meet any servants along the way. Wu Wenyong found a room and arranged for them to stay. As soon as the 3 of them sat down, a guard in a blue robe with a long sword in his hand came over and whispered something in Wu Wenyong's ear. After hearing this, Wu Wenyong's expression turned serious. He stood up and said to Yi Hao, "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. There's an urgent matter at home that needs to be dealt with." Yi Hao waved his hand carelessly, "Go ahead. We'll wait for you here." "Okay, I'll be back soon." With that, Wu Wenyong left under the lead of the guard. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.